Good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. How are you all doing? Look at that beautiful view. Again, I'm just staring out at the beautiful, beautiful sunshine. I've never noticed the clouds don't actually move, do they? Like, there's wind. There's clearly wind because there's tide. The sea is moving, but there's no movement of the clouds. Hey, Lindsay. Hey, Razzle. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Jenny. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. Hope everyone is well. Excuse me, chef. So yeah. Hey, Nadine. For those of you who haven't seen it, I'm not gonna like jump into the trailer and stuff. Yeah, but yeah, that wouldn't take very long. Hey, Sir A1, I have indeed seen the new trailer. I saw it not long before I started the stream, so I'm going to be doing probably like a little video just to kind of talk about it and react to it and stuff, which is stuff I've done before. So what I tend to do when I'm doing that is not look too in depth at the stuff that I've seen until I'm actually like doing the video, because then you get what you guys get is like a genuine reaction from me. But it looks cool. And what seems interesting is that they're saying it's going to be next year. So it looks like if they achieve what they're setting out to achieve, that we'll get Pets DLC and this new farm one next year. I mean, it's definitely interesting. It's going to come up a whole bunch, I'm sure, as we play today. But no problem with that. But it kind of looks like, I don't know, is it me? It kind of looks like the game is moving in a different direction. It looks like they've set out with the intent to move the game into a bit more of a kind of Simsy lifestyle-y thing, which is kind of interesting. I know there was some... We kind of thought that was maybe being the case when they did all the stuff with the pets, because that looked quite different. So this is definitely new and exciting stuff. But yeah, as I said, I'll be doing a video. I didn't kind of know this was coming, so I'll be doing a video as soon as I can get. I'm hoping I'll get a video done tonight after the stream, but we shall have to see. But yeah, it's all very exciting. What does everyone think? Is everyone excited? What's the general consensus so far amongst the peeps? I'm trying to work out how you do Windows. Trying to remember how you do Windows. I haven't done this yet. So we're working on this warehouse. I have some ideas. I want it to feel quite industrial. Why is that not gonna? Why is that? How does the window? Oh, it's because it's clips of the beams up there. I think it looks better than Pets. Interesting. I used to like me of farming games. It does appeal to me. Not overly excited though. Yeah, I mean, I as I said, I haven't looked at all the details yet. I mean, the bits I definitely have seen that it looks like you're going to be able to extend the buildings, which kind of seems a bit nuts, because I'm pretty sure we were always told that was never going to happen. That looks pretty amazing. Oh, this is a Daniel window. Interesting. I tried to flip the warehouse twice, and both times I ended up selling it unfurnished because I can't get this house done. Just like the ideas for it, so I'm keen to see what you will do here. Interesting. Well, let's have a little look, I guess, before I start plocking windows in. Like, I actually quite liked the way it was done at the end of the job, to be fair. I quite like the idea of this being... I'm trying to... So this, in the job, this is the kitchen, isn't it? And then you close this in as two separate rooms. And the oh yeah, because the challenge was that you come through the front door. I wonder if I can... I guess you can't really make a hallway, can you? What happens if you do walls up there? Can you do walls up there? You can do it. Huh. I mean, I guess we could probably, let's just try this out for a second. I think that was what the thing that annoyed me about this one was the fact that you just come in and it's like straight into the living space. So I think what I did in the job was made like a little partition here. But I'm wondering if we could actually do that like properly. Like really section this area off. Hey Rob. Hope all is well. What have I missed? Well, not really anything. We've just started. There's been some chat about the new DLC gubbins. Farm DLC has just been announced. But yeah, we've literally just started. So far in this house, we've kind of only just tidied it up. Yeah, so I could can these be used up? What would happen if I tried to use that over there? Make the entrance at the garage. Yeah, but you can't close this in, can you? You can't wall that off. There's a bit we've missed there. Artistic disorder. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could. Just funny got around. Oh, you've changed it. Right. Hey, Robert, how you doing, bud? I did wonder. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a proper kind of review, reaction-y kind of video at some point soon. Yeah, I never feel like those sliding doors feel very much like they're actually an entrance door, though. I mean, I guess I could put like an actual door. And then maybe put a window next to it. So we could do that in either spot, couldn't we? So what would be the benefit making that the entrance? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Put a door and a window next to it. You can't take this out, can you? You can change it, but you can't take it out. Hey, Gary! How you doing? So we could have it. We could definitely have it that there's the entrance there. But then you're going to have this great big hall, aren't you, I guess? We don't get a window next to a door as it needs a full wall to add windows. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it would have to just be the glass pieces, Lisa. You know, the glass pieces like we used on the back of the boat, or like the shower panels. Did we say we were going to knock some walls out? Yeah, I said that I was going to not worry about it in this one. But the only place the place I feel like that is most logical is that one. I mean, I guess we could take all of this out and redo it, but maybe a bed. The trouble is, because you can't put walls. You can't put walls to block that off, which would be cool. Hey Dennis, how you doing, buddy? Can you put a slider? So you could actually... Can you hide the railing? Ah! was wondering what has changed in Household, but I've played first game of the game. Oh, there's so much has changed. So much. It's way better now. I mean, the biggest things are there's just loads more options. There's loads more items and stuff, and the workshop support makes such a massive difference. I'm wondering if we could. I don't think. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out if it's actually going to work though, because I kind of like the idea of this being. Like this is the private balcony of this room, but it's not a mezzanine, it's separated off. What would that look like from down below? See, I never feel like this looks right either. Like this just doesn't look right to me. There has to be some sort of support there. But we could just have a column, to be fair. Let's just do that for a minute. Do you still clean and decorate, or is there more now? Yeah, you still have to clean. There's just like way more options for building pieces. So let me give you an example. So this is just the accessories category. And then you've got basically kind of unlimited items off the workshop as well. So these are all things that people have created. So that's the big, including this weirdo. Should we set him free from here as well? Go, chef, go! Yeah! Yeah! Whoa! Okay. Yeah, there's loads now. It's almost kind of a bit overwhelming how much there is. Well, yeah. So some of these things are workshop items, so they get created by peeps from the workshop and then uploaded. So the models. So there's just like there's an unlimited number of things now. Yeah, kind of like the PZ workshop. But they're not built in game. They're like, you know, a whole new model created and uploaded, not from building pieces that are in the game. There's so much more to it now than there was. If you played right back at the beginning, it was really limited. Right, so let's see if we can do this then. Once I get a little picture in my head, sometimes I'm like, okay, well that's kind of what we've got to run with. So let's just see if this idea will work. So we'd definitely have to do some jiggery pokery. We'll just try with the sliders. So that would work. We could definitely box that whole section off. Is there any way we could get a window? Yeah, totally right. And when you used to decorate, when you used to put like, if you put like clutter on a shelf, you used to have to. There was just like 4 items you could choose. you could only do like 4 things basically. It's a little gap there, but that's fine. We can fix that. I just want to see if this is doable because it's obviously not something that you're supposed to be doing. Oh, it's not going to let me. It's not going to let me place it there. Let's just try moving the scaffold in a second. Yeah, they're actually kind of now at the opposite end of the scale on it. That they've almost got so many items. I mean, my big bugbear at the moment is that it's kind of hard to find things because there's so many. You can landscape in the fact that you can like put stuff down in the garden. You can't terraform. Yeah, there is, but it's not very good. It's sort of not very good. So, here's an example that I always use. So if I say shelf, I get all the things that are called shelf. But if I say shelves, I get a different set of things. Now that might seem like a really simple little thing. Hey Waldo, how you doing, bud? But yeah, that's a little example of how it doesn't work quite so well. You mostly have to kind of know how they've organised stuff. But I think it's a fairly simple thing to fix. How would we resolve that issue then? I guess we could put it on the inside. Worst comes to the worst, we just could put it on the inside like that. That's not terrible. We could probably fix that little nub in there. How you doing, dude? How you doing? Yeah, there's. I mean, so the new DLC that they're talking. Well, the two new DLCs that are now in line for next year. We were just talking about at the beginning of the stream. There's a pets DLC. Which is basically meaning that you can open. Seems to be meaning that you can open like pet sanctuaries and stuff, and you can have a companion. And then what they've just announced today is that you can renovate farms. You're hooked. We got you already. Got you already. Brilliant. Done my job. Snagged myself a new player. Pet giraffe. You can have. I think you can have bees. Could you narrate my life? Potentially for a fee. Depends how much you pay. Hey Jeremy, how you doing? But yeah, there seems to be like a little bit of a new. Do we think that's weirdy? I think you can. Well, they haven't totally told us. You can have rabbits. You can have. Obviously, you can have cats and dogs. And you can have. It seems like you can have birds and bees, like beehives. Birds and the bees, eh? Okay, rush into Steam Store and put in the wish list for all the DLCs, yeah. So this could be a thing. We could do this. What do we do when we get to the door, though? Can I put lintels up here? So I could put lintels in. Can I put an actual wall in there though? So why can't I put a wall there? Huh. Do you not like the farming DLC so much? The DLC may come out in 2023. Well, that's not what it says on the Steam page, Dennis. It says on the Steam page that the intention is for it to come out next year. Late 2022. Hey Elephant, how are you? So that's going to be weird, isn't it? Because then I'm going to have a door like in the middle of a corridor. Oh, this is so annoying. I wish I could just get rid of this barrier. I really wish I could just get rid of that barrier. I have my heart set now that this is a private it's like a private balcony. Does it look crap though? Does it look weirdy? I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't have to be blue like that, and we could potentially get a window in there somehow. Not quite sure how yet. I just feel like it would be a significantly different change if we closed that off. What do the ceiling tiles do in this situation as well? Ceiling beams. So they have to go on those, don't they? What I'd really like is some, like, you know, like industrial, like girders, big kind of girdery looking things. Ceiling tiles. Yeah, so we could even, if we wanted to, close off. Oh, that might be kind of cool. Isn't there? Are there glass ones? Pete, you incoherent now. Stop spamming. Mirror. Is there not glass ones of these? Dun, dun, dun. Maybe there's not. Dun, 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 dun. So I could close that off if I wanted to, but I guess that doesn't really make any sense. But we could get rid of the... We certainly could get rid of the horrible concrete bit in favour of a nice, cleaner looking one. Yeah, that is true, Dennis. They said... I've never been entirely sure whether that was kind of an accident though, that they said it was going to be February 2021, because it didn't really make sense at the time. If you remember back to my video, when I made that video, I think it even said it was like February the 18th 2021, which is so weird. It was like a whole year ahead. And they were giving us a specific date. And then it quite quickly changed after I did that. I can't get this one now. La la la. I don't mind the top one being concrete. You might leave that like that. But yeah, I think it is slightly different now as well, because they've got this thing now where they're split into two teams, which I'm not really sure how that works, but they've basically got two kind of almost like two separate companies now working, because they've given them two different names. Frozen District is the original house flipper one we all know, and then the new one is Frozen Way, which I think is part of the, because they're all kind of under the wing of Playway, who I think Playway are the publisher. Quite sure how the relationships work, but they're I guess they're like subsidiaries of it or something. That looks better already, doesn't it? Initial plan was February 21, but they added more stuff with the community asked for and noticed it get bigger. No, I think that was even later. The delay from March, I think it was, to October or whenever we got it, September. That was because of the the refactoring. But I think they just changed. I personally think that when they first put that date out, it wasn't supposed to have a date on it. When they first put the thing up on Steam, it wasn't supposed to have a date on it, and then kind of it got later got delayed. Oh, can you? Oh, is that because of the Switch? Have you seen Austin House Flippers on YouTube? Is that like a real thing? There's quite a lot of those. No, I haven't. There's quite a lot of people that do like real house flip. There's a dude. Maybe it's the guy. Is it the bald guy? Looks a bit like the chef, actually. So those sorts of things are always quite popular on YouTube. Like real house flipper flips a house, and then there's like kind of real 747 pilot flyer, whatever it's called, Microsoft Flight Simulator plane dealy. Two friends, male and female. No, I do not know it. I have white ceiling tile for high ceiling and working on one for all ceiling. Ah, so will that ceiling tile not work up here, Dennis? Not quite sure what I'm going to do here to stop it looking jank. How does one de-jank this situation? Door. God, I can't stand the doors now. What's the normal door? What's the normal door? What's the normal door? These? 1x2s, they're the normal ones, aren't they? Let's not go grey this time, because they always go grey. Wenge? Maybe light nut. So that's glass. I guess bedroom you want to have blocked out completely. It's not actually too bad. So what have we got there? We've got light nut and we've got burned beach. Will I remember that? Okay, so would this work? I'd have to do it around that way. How am I going to deal with this? Let's just move that out of the way a second. So these sliders, for example, they're a workshop item. So I can put one there. What does that look like? That might be doable. Put the slider back. Buy a house and do it up with X amount of money. It's fabulous and so satisfying to watch. Yeah, I'm quite a fan of any kind of interior design shows, to be honest. Doesn't matter what it is, I'm down for it. Oh crap. It's not quite having it, is it? Oh, maybe. Yeah, I think that's doable. In fact, we can actually continue with the sliders, can't we? I've kind of gone down the blue route now. Oh, broken my legs. Broken every bone in my body. So we've got this little bit. So I reckon I would have to. I mean, it would be kind of cool to have that as glass somewhere. You'd move the lintels back in one. Maybe the door's actually kind of protruding a little. That let me pick it up? Yeah. So lintels back in one. Yeah, you're probably right. So I could make all this blue as well. Yeah, so I could paint these if I wanted to, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Dennis. Trouble is getting one of those to fit is a tricky thing. Screen. Getting one of these puppies to fit in there is a faff. I don't really want it to be like a. I don't know. I'm not sure what I want. I just didn't want it to be a solid wall, so I could definitely put one of these in. It's a shame you can't have these landscape because that's kind of what I want. I just kind of want a little light spill, like just a little. I don't think this is going to be doable. Pets DLC is due out. Is it March, guys? March? Was it May? I can't remember. So these are all short, aren't they? So we could use that in place of a slider. Or not. Or do we just leave it like that? Except that's alright. Yeah, this kind of came up earlier in the Discord. So they have a bit of a thing. They tell you about the DLCs way in advance. So they're telling us about the one they announced today, which was the farm one, is coming out at the end of 2022. So they have basically only have correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but they only have like 2 paid DLCs a year that are like planned in advance, and then we get like free like mini updates every few months. So like there was a Halloween update, which is just like some new items and stuff, and some new like one new house and things like that. So that's something that happens like ad hoc, which is always kind of fun because it does keep the game kind of spinning along. Why can't I use that? So those are non-openable. Yeah, it's a really different approach to the way that PZ does it. Can we use these? Okay, so those would work. So I'd have 2. So can I not put the same size of window back in here that I took out, which is like a full length one? 1 by 1.45. So 1 is the height. 1.1, 2.5. hang on. This is confusing. Oh my god! And then they started using. Then they started using centimeters. Come on, keep it together. 1 by 145. Hang on. So is that the width first? That is the width first, isn't it? And then the height. Hey, Kerry! How are you? How you doing? I need to decide on my windows. I need to decide on my windows. Shutters? Don't really want shutters. One of the new windows is black. Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you very much. Yeah, these ones don't seem to fit though, Dennis. Oh, that one, hang on, it'll fit there. Oh, what's going on? What's occurring there then? What's that all about? So is that because you can only put one window in that slot? So 100 by 275. So 275 in this case has got to be the width. It's got to be the height, surely, because it's a rectangle. So non-openable. That one? this one? Okay, so that will fit. And then I could put another one there. Okay. I think that's good then. So what colour do we want? Might just stay in the black, to be fair, because I think black looks pretty cool with Oh, Kerry's been sucked in as well, have you? Ah, when did this happen? When did this happen? Getting you all over. Cool beans. Right, let's just have a look at that before we continue, because obviously that's going to be the windows I'm going to use everywhere. Okay, but things on the windows, on the windowsills. I'm not sure about in this new one, but you can definitely do it. You might have to do a bit of fiddling, trickery, do some magic work. What do we think of those then? Huh. I think they're alright. I think we'll go with those. Has Mrs. T been playing it? I haven't actually seen her playing it. I know she talked about doing so, but I'm not sure she's actually been playing. Just join the Discord so I can now get my house flipper tips. Nice. You're all in. I kind of wish there was a variant that was the other way round. It would make me happy. Do you have free play? No, not really, but effectively you quite quickly get to a stage where money is irrelevant. Like, I might not seem like I've got a lot of money, but this is an account that I've started again on recently. But you don't like, if you play normally, you don't really ever run into an issue with money. Takes you a bit of like at the start, when you very first start playing, you can do jobs for people and stuff. So there's like a bunch of clients and things, so you have to like do work for them, and they'll give you money, and then that's what you then buy to get to buy your first like renovation, and then once you sell that, you're making like a pretty good profit off of it anyway, so you're pretty much golden then. I've only got not a lot of money because I started a brand new profile for this DLC. guess we're leaving that then. Can we? Is there? So Helen. Random choices of names for. Hello, my name's Helen. I'm a window. Sandra. Why are they so? These have got weird names. Betty. Hello, I'm Betty. Carriage in a children's room and you had to fit in families who were looking for a certain house. Yeah. It's actually a bit better now as well. They do a little bit better. They're a little bit more like interesting characters and stuff. That one's going to be rando. Cherry, a non-openable window. Betty. Oh, Betty. It's 100 by 275. So I want a short. I mean, I guess I could just have one of these. Or just not have one there. Maybe we just won't have one there. Except that there's no window. Right, and then I'm guessing I can use the taller ones down here if I want to. So can we use these? Excuse me. This is a new mechanic, this window thing, so it's all new for me. I haven't really used it before. But they've got a handle on them. They look a bit poo. Let's just have a look. It's like a freaking massive handle. That doesn't look right, does it? That looks like just a smaller window that's been scaled. That feels wrong. Windows. Oh, alright, so we can go with these great big massive ones. Let's do that. Move 1 or 2 windows down and half away in the centre. Yeah, I guess I could. I guess the same sort of thing here, but I actually don't mind it like that, I think. If only we could have it like this. That'd be way better. Freedom! I'm not sure about these. What kind of room would this be? So this will just be open plan, kitchen, living. So if we do this thing with a door down here, this is actually becomes the front door. That little pillar looks a bit wishy-washy, doesn't it, by itself? Maybe it just needs to be doubled. It's going to be a bit awkward though. So that would be, I think that would make sense. So this is then like becomes the kitchen. I feel like you're putting way more thought. Yeah, it's kind of my thing, Kerry. I'm a faffer. Thing is, once you've played it for a long time, you want, I don't know, I just kind of want it to be like, I just go for things that are a little bit more like unusual. Like I'd sort of deliberately try and look at it in a way that I could do something that's a bit weirdy. Fireplace in the middle. Fireplace in the middle. So I'm thinking this makes sense, that this is a breakfast. This is a kitchen. This side of it is like a breakfast bar / table. Like kitchen table. So you go through the kitchen. So maybe this is... I don't actually have that many. Do you know, it's kind of funny. I don't have that many. I think it's because we don't. it's not the same as like PZ. I've got something near on 2,000 now. I think I've got like 700 or something on House Flipper. But you know, there's so few houses I've actually done. There's so, I mean, because we spent 6 streams on the boat. It's like, what did that add up to? I put it into a playlist earlier. Six streams that we'd done that boat for. So it does, it just kind of ends up being that I'm spending a lot of time on each one. Oh, actually, that would work quite well as a. Yeah, there's a boat. So the latest DLC that came out was a luxury DLC. So there's a yacht. There's a yacht that's in it, which we tried a lot to make it as yachty. We tried a lot to make it a yacht. Make it feel yachty. Those are actually quite like that. I guess we should probably be looking at the frontage as well. That doesn't look right, does it? This doesn't look right. Not happy with that sitch. What's going on there then? Would you recommend the DLCs? So the DLCs I would definitely recommend are the HGTV DLC is the best one that we've had. Oh, I'm trying to yeet my way over there. This luxury one that came out recently is good. What else have we had? Garden Flipper. I still think Garden Flipper needs some work. I will give you really quickly my hot take on Garden Flipper. So Garden Flipper has got some really cool things, and it's got some bits and pieces that are like, yeah, nice. That you can put a pond in, you can put, you know, a pool in, all that sort of stuff. And they are talking about doing some work on where's plants? Oh, there we go. They're talking about doing some work on Garden Flipper. My big bugbear with it has always been. I'll just try and show you this quickly. So if you want to put, so like when I do, actually some of these they've improved. This actually is better than it was. Okay, this is the thing they have addressed. I haven't noticed that they've addressed it, but it used to be that if you wanted to make a garden look like it was lush and well developed, let's just choose some of these. And some of these plants are a bit hideous, like that's freaking huge. So they looks like they've resolved a lot of this. The hitboxes on these things were huge, and so you'd have to have them like that. And so it never really felt like you could make it well developed. We'll have to have a check on that again because I haven't touched it in ages. Yeah, and they are talking about an overhaul of it, which obviously makes sense because of this this whole garden, this whole farmy dealie. Am I parkouring over there then, do we think? Here! Oh. Do you know what really bothers me in this house? This little gap really bothers me. I'm going to have to see if we can address that somehow. Oh, right, this is not happening. Get the scaffolding out. Be done with it. But yeah, so the HDTV, so the original base game never, just the items were always a bit naff, a bit old-fashioned, a bit like lots of things that were kind of brown and a bit ugly, and it looked a bit 70s. And then when they did the HGTV DLC, like that just massively improved. Like just the style, the design of everything was just way better. So that one I definitely would recommend. Garden Flipper's got some value, but personally I probably would wait if you're trying to choose which ones to get. I would probably just get HDTV for now. Depends how much of a budget you're on. But I'd say if you're ranking them in order, HDTV is my favourite. And then probably luxury. And then probably garden. Am I missing out DLCs, guys? What other DLCs have we had? I discovered levels and discovered very recently after many hours of playing. Yeah, they're kind of handy, but I try and avoid them. I try and always parkour my way out. Hey, Mama Bear, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. So what's the best window for here then? We want one that's symmetrical. That one? Oh, it doesn't fit. Why you no fit? Always here, just not chatting. No worries. That is more than okay. It's more than okay. Yeah, I quite like a lurk myself sometimes, so I get it. All good. So we just try see what these look like all the way across. Oh. Okay, so maybe the one on the left or the far right comes out. It's gonna look weird from inside though, isn't it? Is it so it's because of the width of the wall. It's going to look weird up there. Can I not get rid of that now? Hello? Okay. No worries, Carrie. Thanks for hanging out. Why can't I get rid of this? Have you got to make it first? And then get rid of it? Okay. I just like to watch you play and get annoyed when things don't work for you. Thanks, I guess. Most of the time we get there. I feel like my patience with the game is a little bit thinner than it used to be, that's for sure. Yeah, that looks alright, doesn't it? That looks better. So we can have a window. No, I guess we can't have a window. That would be cool though. Does a window work in that space there? I bet it doesn't. Oh, it does. Ooh. Can we put one above it as well? So we'd make this whole thing like a big glass. That might be jazzy. That might be kind of cool. Maybe we take that top one out. See if we can do that. I'm just trying. I'm fiddling around with this a bit, obviously, but yeah, I want to get it. Once I get it right, obviously that's going to be my windows everywhere. So. Oh, that does actually work. Cool, let's do that then. I don't suppose it's going to work on that window, will it? On that wall? No. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like it. I don't know about them being openable, but never mind. So let's just check that from outside again. Now I'm not sure. Now I'm not so sure. Huh. Alright, we'll leave them as they are for now. Go back to this gubbins. Apocalypse DLC and Cyberpunk DLCs are free. You get bunker houses with the Apocalypse and a futuristic apartment with Cyberpunk. Yeah, don't you just get that? I think you just get Apocalypse DLC. I don't remember actually choosing whether I wanted Apocalypse DLC. I think you just get it for free. Maybe 275 by 50. Smaller at the top looked good. Kind of like the light it does, that it gives. But I'm not a massive fan of these huge, great big windows. Just feel like a little bit smaller would be better. So 275 by 50. Windows. 275 by 50. 275 by 50. Is it that one you mean? 275 by 200 by 50. Sandra. So is it going to let me put 4 in there, or is it only going to let me put 1? Done some bank houses in the Fun Hub Cyberpunk apartment. Yeah, and there should be like a moon one as well that you get for free. Yeah, these are better, aren't they? This is better. Good shout, peeps. Yeah, that's better. So we'll do the same down here as well. Oh, that's not what we wanted. Is it? Oh, I guess it is. Oh, what's going on? Is that the same? It doesn't look the same when I place it down. I guess that's just that image. It's all glass is different. Yeah, I'm just getting a bit of a through draft. Just getting a bit of a through draft in. It's a bit dusty. I've been knocking down some brick walls. I think we're actually going to leave it like that. I don't mind that lopsided, because that's lopsided. Right then, so the picture in my head is that this is the kitchen. So I think we'll start from there. So like kitchen. In fact, let's put a floor down first. We also need to decide what we're doing about the walls, whether we're going to leave them brick. What can I? Is there not like a stone floor coverings? I guess that's tile, isn't it? I put indoor pool where garage was. Oh, that's kind of cool. Kind of cool idea. Travertine. What do we want? Kind of tempted just to go with this. If we make it kind of really modern. Yeah, I think that might work. And we'll go proper carpet up, proper floor upstairs. So are we definitely deciding this is going to be... So let me think about this then. So this is the hall. So then you'd come in. So actually there could be Yeah, that might actually work. Could be a sofa. Or there could be like a TV unit or something there. So how do we make that? I'm forgetting how this works now. I guess those are doors then, aren't they? Like, is this going to match? No, that's huge. Huge! Freaking massive. So 2 by 275. So it needs to be 2 by sliding door Robin. Is that my boy? Do you have the windows from warehouse? What, these ones? I don't think... Does it give you the same... Because I can't put those in there, can I? Is that one actually closer? I guess that one's actually closer. Oh, it's a workshop item. I don't. But I think that's okay. So what we'll have to do outside is screen this section off so that you're not like looking into the front of the house when you come down here. So there'll just be like a hedge or something. Where's that now? Hedges. Where's the hedges? Plants. This has definitely changed because this used to be under fence. Other. Oh god. Hedge. Oh, it doesn't tell me where it was. Annoying. Structure. Alright. Fences. Yeah, I think there's like that wasn't a subcategory before, but was it? It was at the top level. So we could actually go. Well, we could actually go fence. La, 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 la. Play too much, so you were right. So make this like a little terrace kind of thing out here, so it's separated off. Somehow. Somehow. I don't know how that's going to work. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, I guess it could just be like that. Like I did in the semi. Was that the one that was 2? Yeah, that's right. The one that was 2 and we made it. Yeah, that's right. It was 2 joined houses, wasn't it? So we make this like it's a little, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could just actually go. I guess it could go that way. I always think the gardens kind of don't really ever make sense in these games. Maybe it just in like English Garden, but. It's not easy to put Maybe it's just they're really wide. Maybe that's what it is. The gardens are really wide. Oh, there's a brick wall. Yeah, was it the semi-detached house? Was that what it was called? I'll tell you what we'll do. I should just use the post. Make way more sense. I really liked that house actually. Once we'd finished it, that one took us ages as well, didn't it? Because we did all the office and everything in that one. So I say I always like them. Once we've finished with them and we like them, what usually happens is we have probably maybe the last stream or two before we finish the property. I hate the property. I'm done with it. Pretty much by the time we get to like the last one, I'm really done with it. I'm like, can this just be finished now? Couldn't let a Newfoundland out in that garden. They'd constantly be jumping into the sea. Do they like to swim then? I guess all dogs kind of like to swim. But yeah, generally speaking, it's always kind of roughly around, I don't know, I'm roughly about the 20 hour mark. I'm like done. I'm over it now. They're water rescue dogs, are they? I didn't even know that. They have webbed feet. How did I not know this? I did not know this at all. So they've been bred to be... That's like, we're just mad, aren't we? Human beings are just mad. We're just what we've... I remember there was a documentary on ages ago about the evolution of dogs. It was really interesting, but kind of mad. Yeah, that looks alright. I think that'll be our job. Angus is the opposite. He'd sink. He's probably good at doing a bomb though, isn't he? He'd probably do a good bomb into a pool, I'd imagine. But yeah, like it was like this whole thing was about how we just had yeah, like we've engineered dogs to be what we want them to be, and all the different breeds and stuff. It's like it's pretty crazy when you think about it. Angus the little potato. Oh, bless him. So if we did that, the potatoes flow. We could actually use a slider, but if we did the sliders, we'd be committing to block out that whole section in a colour, which wouldn't necessarily be a problem. Actually, that might look kind of cool. What colour sliders have I got? Even just a white slider would work. Oh, I forgot all the arches. I've never used those very much. Dark wood slider square. Oh god. There's a door that just fits in there. Yeah, I really don't want a great big massive wide door. That's because I think it won't look like it's supposed to be there. I've got such a mix mash of sliders now. How have I not just got a plain white? Dark green. Yes, same. I just want a normal. Let's actually put the door in first then. I just want a normal exterior door. Oh, interesting. External? Is it external? No, there's a different. I kind of just want the like old school One of the old school doors. So it doesn't look weirdy. Yeah, just like that. Excuse me, is there a black one though? Front door with door knocker, dark. It's brown. It's brown. Okay. So we could fill all that with sliders. I'm trying to work out why I don't have the. I might have to jump over to the workshop for a second, see if I can get. Just bear with me a second, guys. I just want to see if I can get white sliders. I don't understand why I don't have them. Surely I've done this before. I'm just going to leave you all on that screen for a second. Slider. Oh god. White. White slider. Oh, there's so many. So many options. I've got 87 pages worth of sliders when I typed in white slider. I mean, I guess we could make it blue. Did anyone see the farm DLC video they just released? Not convinced. I've seen some of it. I'm going to be doing a video on it, I think. I think it's got some pretty cool stuff, to be fair. Mainly the extensions thing. I'm very, very interested to know how that's going to work. What that will mean. Does that mean we can build completely brand new houses? Because it looks like at one point in the video putting foundation down. Oh, I found it. White flat panel, paint panel, FW. Okay, sorry Pete, so I'm nearly there. Okay, so it's called panel. Panel. White flat something, panel, flat. Flat. Okay, full wall. So, oh, this are they slightly higher? Oh, you're kidding me. Darn. Slightly higher than a normal wall. That might suck. Oh crap. We might have to find some way of addressing that issue up there. See, I think that would be pretty cool if we had that like really, really white. I mean, it's kind of white, isn't it? But in contrast to the brick. How do I address that little issue up there? Can I put one of those beam things in? Can't build a wall inside it. Inside the arch, it won't let me build. Like there. I can't do that. I don't want it to have it. I don't want to have like a rebaited space. It just will look strange. I just put a Newfie rescue vid in general chat. I thought myself and moved it to pets. Don't want to go there, please. You watch out. She was gearing up. She was gearing. She was gearing up. She's gearing up for a ruckus. You get told. Can build a wall inside right at the opening. Place a normal wall in there. Can build a wall inside right at the opening. Place a normal wall in there. Explain that to me. I mean, I guess I could brick across that. I mean, I guess we could. I guess we could and make it, kind of make it a feature. Build a normal door in there. I really want this door to open the other way as well. I mean, I don't really want it to open out, but I want it to open against the other wall. What's a normal door? This is a normal door, isn't it? Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. I just think it will just look like it is weirdy. Oh, the trouble is the sliders are not going to work with these anyway, are they? Is it down? It's not under that, is it? It's over here. So why do the sliders have to... Oh, they don't. Still going to have that weird problem at the top. Pick normal door because when reading you said wall. Why have they made the ceiling height in here slightly different to all the other houses then? Okay, alright, we'll do what you're saying. I think that's probably the only way we're gonna... It's only because I can't get that, unless there's some other way I can do it. See, that would be perfect if I could put that along... Well, if I could hide it somehow. They do, Lindsay, don't they? Just that little bit of difference. I don't understand why I can't put that out here. Oh, because now I'm in the garden. Can I can I lean out? Can I lean out and do it? Do we think? No, doesn't seem to want to let me. The sound of the sea, the change of the sound of the sea is mad as well. Here there's no sound. Crashing waves. There's probably one that would work for this. There probably is just a taller version that would work. Pavement stone slider on it. Remove pavement stone. Oh, is that what it? Do you reckon that's what it is? Hey, Sub-Zero, how you doing, buddy? I think the problem is the height is wrong anyway. That's... Oh, you're saying... Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying just compensate. Yeah, let's try that then. That could be a good shout. I just think it would look kind of interesting if it had this white block in it. Thing is, what am I going to do at the bottom then? I wonder if you can put slider on top of slider. This is a... He sent us off down an avenue now, guys. So I always love an exploratory avenue. So let's just put those down just to see. I don't even remember if I've ever tried to put these sliders in on top of something. I have a... Oh, you're right. They do just have an on top of like ability. On top ability. That's a word. Okay. Get out of my way, man! Okay. I wonder why you're not... There we go. Do you follow any dogs on Facebook, Lindsay? Charlie the Golden... It's not these things. I quite like those things, and there's just like animals Twitter accounts. Is it going on top? No, it is going on top. It's fiddly as though, isn't it? Okay, so it needs to go up like maybe one more slab. And then to be fair, we probably can just get away with not having it at the bottom. Perfecto. Legend. You little legend. Okay, so are we going to have a problem at the top? Are we going to have a problem over the door though? Perhaps. We may well have a problem over the doors because the doors are going to be, that's going to be like a fixed height, isn't it? Huh. Above door. Above door. Oh god. There it is. We're going to have the same problem. That's not going to help, is it? Because that, as I said, it's got a fixed height to it. Darn! Darn, darn, darn. Yeah, but it doesn't... I think the way they do this is it automatically places at a fixed height in the world. It doesn't matter whether it's on top of something, because as I move it inside, I don't think... Can you even place these upstairs? Oh, you can place them upstairs. It won't look the same though. No. Right, quick load break, guys. I'll be back in a second. Right, I'm back. Feeling pet broody. Oh, I'd love a pet. I'd love a wee pet. I suppose I could get some fish. I talked about that before. Right. I guess we're going back to the previous idea then. Because the doors are not going to work. Over the door's not going to work. Painting it is not going to work. This would be doable if I had, I think, if I had probably trawled through the workshop and found pieces that worked. I probably would be able to do that. But it's going to be a problem up here as well. Never mind. This is the way it goes sometimes. Right, so let's do the little inset bit then. I'm not grumble about it. I'm not gonna sulk because I could get my way. I have a little bit. Right, so that goes there. And then I guess we need lintels up there. And then my door. Oh. Something just fell. Something just fell in my room. Maybe the ghosties are out. Forgot Helix the tortoise with wheels. He sadly died already, but I still follow the page. Tortoises live till like 1,000 years or something, don't they? Why is this door now not fitting? What's going on there? What's occurring? How come it's not? Wasn't it fitting in that space before? Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. Something's wrong. I'm really confused now. So we had it. I swear we had it. Oh, I guess we had it like that, didn't we? Let's just put that down a second. This is painful. I want a normal door though. I will not be defeated. I want a normal door. Don't want a great big massive one. So that would have to be a slider to cover that up. Can we do that? I mean, we could use the posts. The posts of many answers. So it's weird on the outside as well, though, isn't it? There's a gap. So I'm beginning to see why you said you just sold this one. We'll get there. But it's annoying. It's already annoying me. I've not even started yet. Four lintels. I think you have 4 lintels. The door will fit under. Place another piece of wall. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But why is it not doing that? You reckon I'll get a wall in there? I think maybe I'm being dense, to be honest. Doesn't look like it's going to fit to that though. Maybe it does. Maybe it just squeezes in. Maybe I've just got it out of position. Oh, see that? That was weirdy. I mean, is that right? I guess that's right. Looks weird though, doesn't it? Why does it look so odd? Oh my god, this is slow progress, even for me. There we go. Hooray! Achieved. Right, so how do we make the brick? How do we match the brick? Is this brick one of the panels now? So walls, panels. Knockers on inside? Oh crap, is it? Oh God's sakes! I don't want the wall, I don't want the door opening the wrong way. So I can't use that effing door. We've got to use a different one. We've got to use a different one that's bigger. Stupid game. What's your problem? 1 by 2, 1 by 2. I want a door that opens. I mean, I guess I could use that. I want a door that opens towards the wall. Front door. Lieb. I don't want it. I don't want glass though. Can I not have glass? Is that an option? No. You must have glass. You must be able to see into the people's houses. Are those really all our door options? All my front door options for this size? What's this one? Massively overly done. That's what it is. Brown beach. Is there any way of making that look less like an old lady door? A door into the old lady kingdom. So can you not, because those don't look, oh they are glass aren't they? They're just no other option. Alright, glass it is then. You can see into my house. You can just come and stand at my door and look into my house. I'm fine with that. Postman can just stare into my house. Who has this? Who has this? Maybe on a back door, but not on a front door. Oh, let's change the music. Let's change the music. I'm getting uppity. Okay, back to the chill. I don't rate the doors either very much. I don't. Well, they're better than they used to be. To be fair, this whole system is making me crazy though. Okay, it can't be wood like that either. It's got to be black to match the windows. Yeah, it makes sense if it's like you can't see through it glass. But imagine every rando comes to your door just being like, hello, staring in through your... You've really got a letterbox. I suppose we don't have a letterbox. We don't actually have a way of getting post. Issues. We don't have a way of getting any post. I just have to poke it under the door, I guess. I just open the frigging door and bring it in. Right, anyway. Couldn't hide Halloween, exactly. Couldn't hide from the little children. Right, so these are in wall tiles now, aren't they? Bricks. For some reason. Okay, so who wants a guess at what brick this is? Stellar brick? I bet it's not either of these. I bet it doesn't match. Could be that one. IRL people would probably place a small curtain at the... Yeah, or you can just get that like stick-on frosting, can't you? That does the job. Oh, this is actually okay. This is the right one. Cool. I was about to have a conniption. Almost looks like it's supposed to be like that, doesn't it? Doesn't. It doesn't. It's annoying. There's no way of adding another column here. Oh, hold on. That's not something I can knock out, is it, up there? I wonder if we can use Sub-Zero's poles in some way. These seem to be my like current get me out of trouble device. These seem to be what I'm turning to in order to get me out of trouble. So like we could... Oh, close. We could literally just block this whole area in. I hate those. I'm not doing that. I hate those with a passion. The paving slabs look turd though, don't they, when they're stacked up like that? I think this is my boy. The poles. Sub-Zero's poles are the godsend. First item you should subscribe to on the workshop. Brushed aluminium. Get glass ones as well. So we're going to do this again. This is what this is going to be a design feature we're going to do again. So it's going to go one more out. I might even just go all the way across. You're not having your little bench. You're not having your little seat in here either. It's not happening. See, I'm not sure about this, but maybe. Hang on a second. Don't they go full height? They do. Oh, that's going to be the same problem though, isn't it? Because I'm still going to have that little gap at the top. That doesn't look better, does it? That looks turd. Oh, balls. Do you know what would be really nice here? Do you know what would be, might even look lovely? Maybe a bench? Maybe just like a little bench nook here? Yeah, but I'll still have the same problem over the roof, Lindsay, won't I? Over the door. Dennis is on my team. Good man. Can't get rid of those either, can I? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe a little seating area in that little nub. Might be a cool idea. Moving on from that, we'll come back to that later. Let's fix up some of these. I know you said it. I know you said it before. I know you said it before. So this will be a little hallway, I guess, and then. So can you? I bet you can't. Can you wall this off? Is that actually a lintel? Oh, that is a destructive. Okay, so you could do that if you wanted. Okay, that's kind of cool. So you could make this feel more like a hallway. I think there needs to be a wall here. And then this is, I think, probably a downstairs toilet. I'm not sure. God, this isn't tedious, is it? When you have to put all these tiles on. I wonder why they decided to make this tiles now, because the other brick textures are panels. It does baffle me, that sort of thing, sometimes. I wonder if that's... I sometimes feel like that... Is that because they've had different people work on it and they haven't had anybody kind of pulling it all together? Have we got the matching wall tiles now? Should be panels. I mean, I don't mind it being either, but it makes sense for it to be consistent. But also it makes... Yeah, the panels are better because they're quicker. Because then it would annoy me. Probably. At least I can upgrade my mason perk now anyway. But it is kind of ironic, isn't it? That most people will have that immediately because they've upgraded their mason perk, that will immediately go to painted. And then they're putting a brick texture back on it. I did this to make me swear angrily in German. I haven't fixed that up there either yet, have I? It does look way better, it being all matching brick. Let's go finish that then. Yeah, the panels animation is just quicker, isn't it? It's just slightly quicker. This one is always the most tedious animation. Anything with tiling. I think most of it is the fact that it stops. Yeah, at the end. No, I didn't actually need to do that in brick because I'm going to do that in the thingies anyway, in the sliders. But most of what's painful about it is it doesn't let you just hold it down. You know, it stops the animation and then you start it again. What did I do that for? Slider. So, above door. Oh, bums. Oh, bums. I think this usually usually alright. Panels go bum bum. Did you mean to say? Is that what you meant to say? There we go. Have I got a little bit around the corner? No, that looks alright now. Yeah. Cool. So we'll fix the rest of that when we do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is try and get this into like a... Oh, I haven't got any windows back here either, have I? Windows. So we used... what did I use? Bum bum bum. Was it a door? It's that one, wasn't it? No. Oh, someone's just pressed my door buzzer. I think they must have pressed it accidentally. It wasn't a convincing press. So we'd have kitchen. So this will be. I'd want this to be units. So we want there to be the smaller windows. Does this work? This isn't going to work, is it? If you put windows in, you can't put windows into one of these, can you? I'm guessing. Oh, look what that's doing. What's going on there? It's like takes the... Huh? I don't think this is going to work. Sort of looked like it was going to... So it would work there. Weirdy. When someone rings at my door, I get super anxious and hide. No kidding, I hate this. If someone wants to come here, make sure to announce yourself before. Should be shouting from the... Well, in this house you'd have no problem because you'd see them coming down the path. But like, hello! Hey, plastic swads! More flipping houses, exactly. Flipping houses. So there's no way of me putting a window in here, is there? Like a high level window, because I want... Oh, hello. I want this to be kitchen units. How are you, swans? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that wasn't so I'm in a flat, so it was like it felt like it was an accidental press. I might have got some free takeaway. Kitchen. Oh, the kitchens make my brain hurt now. The kitchen units make my brain hurt. That's usually, yeah. The thing is, usually what happens in my neighbourhood is that you either don't hear a ring or you just hear a ring and then a donk. They've just like thrown it from the bottom of the stairs. So what is that? Is that a breakfast bar? Island. So Clava. What does the style of that one look like? Clava wooden kitchen island. That's not quite wide enough. Let the kitchen nightmare begin. I love a kitchen. I used to love doing a kitchen in this game. I always make it hard for myself though, don't I? Like, so what's the point in it being? No, I don't think this can be a breakfast bar. I think this just needs to be a normal standing cabinets. This just needs to be a normal one. What's my like go-to kitchen? I guess it's the workshop one, isn't it? I don't really like any of these anymore. Custom. Oh, I used to use Emmy quite a lot, I think. Kalina. Bo. So that's so much different in height, isn't it? I had a delivery guy chuck my parcel over the back gate once. It landed on a dog poo. Oh, that's nice. So, what options have we got in the BO? BO. Oh, God. So because we've got all this brick, I feel like I've done this before, but we're going to stay with everything. Everything else needs to be like immaculate looking. Hey Phoenix, how you doing? Welcome. I never like the worktops very much. Maybe the grey marble. Can we get one to actually fit perfectly in there? Oh, the kitchen nightmares. Is there a skinny one? Skinny one. What's the best kitchen, guys? What's the best kitchen now? This is not the one, is it? There's one that's like good now. What's this all about farms? I know. That's a bit of a rando one, isn't it? What is the new one though, Lisa? Well, there's one that's got the most options, isn't there? Because there's a load. I don't like any of the ones that came with the Halloween. They're all too much. Kitchen. Marv. Is it Marv? Yeah, that I'm gonna do a video on the new DLC that's been announced, but yeah, it does look cool. It looks interesting anyway. It does look like it certainly looks like a different direction for the game. But we sort of suspected that was the case already because of what they've done with pets. Right, so we're going white table. We're going all white basically. All white a bit. That's niche. It's a bit of niche. It's a niche reference that like probably two of you will get. All white a bit. Yeah, that'll do. We'll go with this. Bit of Marv. Can't go wrong with Marv. Good old Marv. So there's a 60 centimetre one. There's a 50 centimetre one, and there's a full. Oh, there's a little skinny tiddly one. Perfect. there's a big boy as well. Oh, I don't think I stayed with, I can't remember if I went white or pure white. Should we go jazzy? Could we? Oh, I can't. I kind of wish I could change these colours. Too jazzy. It's a little bit of a gap there, which is kind of annoying. But there's going to be nothing I can do about that. I've been trying to make backyard farms out of lettuce and carrots and grapes. Yeah, I've done that as well. What house did I do that in? I can't remember what house I did that in. Could actually put lintels here as well. Maybe hang cupboards. Maybe not even hang cupboards. So I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure about this idea anymore. But we're going with it. Table. Living room. Dining room. There we go. Tables. Yeah, I did that in one of the bunker house, wasn't it? Was it the old man bunker house? I think I did a yeah, like a little garden plot. Hey Daniel, how you doing, buddy? Welcome in. What? So then, like bench. A benchy seat in here. Not one of those. What does that even look like? I mean, it's not terrible. it's not terrible. It's got an industrially feel. I actually don't mind that. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh yeah, we did have bunnies in there. That's right. Oh, that was a cool house as well. All the memories. That was a cool house. I liked that one because we had the fallout shelter in there, didn't we? Oh, they're a little bit too big, I think. Let's see if there's another option. Bench. So I could go with one of these, but I feel like these are going to be too. Yeah, these are too small. No, I didn't even look, Daniel. I didn't even look. I just assumed. I'm fully expecting when I make a video on it that there'll be console. What about console? Like, people would be demanding an update that they are like 3 years behind. But they should have I mean, they just need to give them a roadmap, surely. But maybe they don't. Maybe they haven't got one because they haven't decided. Maybe the sales for console are just not that good. I mean, ultimately, that's going to be the thing that makes the difference, isn't it? Whether they can, you know, just because they've released the game doesn't mean they're going to release all DLCs for it. Should have seen Nadine's comment, someone on the Facebook group. I can imagine. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I can imagine. Was it golden? Golden. I mean, it's fair enough wanting to have the DLCs. It is fair enough wanting to have the DLCs, but it's just the. It doesn't seem to be that if you well, I mean, I don't know. It's always we always end up saying this, and it's not all console players. It's unfortunately just it's a small minority who just who state their opinions like facts and don't have any actual basis of information behind it, and make out that they're just not getting any support. And it's just way more simple than that. It's just older on PC. That's all it is. I just sat down and I literally I was like pasted all the dates. We should have a Nightbot thing actually. I guess we don't really need one, but like a thing that's just like exclamation mark House Flipper release dates. That's all it is. It's nothing more than that. But I mean, I guess it is. Yeah, I suppose it is. If you just don't have enough sales, if it sells way more on PC and it doesn't sell as much on console, then yeah, maybe that's enough that they just don't carry on doing stuff. But at the moment, there's no reason to believe that's the case, because the schedule is actually quicker. The release schedule on console is actually quicker than it was on PC. It's just been out for longer. They are better, aren't they? Yeah, way better. Just much nicer texture, much more complicated texture. So I would quite like, I mean, ideally I'd quite like that just to have been wall. But it's not going to help because I can't put wall actually in there. I can't put units on it anyway. But I could put sliders in there. And then have a corner one come round there. Let's see if we can do that. So what have I used? Marv. So Marv has got corner options for Marv. What I'm trying to avoid is having, basically I want high level units here, or I want units coming around the corner, and if I put glass in there, obviously I can fill it with something, but I'd be looking in through the glass into the back of a cupboard, which just doesn't look very nice. You don't understand it, to be honest. Something you want isn't coming out on console. How you want it, why not get it on PC? People tend to have consoles but no PCs does. Yeah, it's I mean it's cheaper. The logic is that it's cheaper. Yeah, and I think that's a legit. There is a legit argument to say if you've bought a game, and to an extent, I can understand people feeling aggrieved by it, because I think the mistake that was made was that they kind of let it all happen in the same space. Like if they had just managed that social content differently, separate. Basically you don't see people on the mobile game talking in the groups, the other groups, right? So like it could have just been managed as separate things if they just then it wouldn't have been quite the same. It would have sort of felt different, I think. See, as people prefer to give 500 or 600 bucks for a console with limited content than spending the same money for a decent enough PC with almost unlimited content. It's like 30 quid on PS5. Well, that's the thing, because they make, I think it's always been a thing, isn't it, that the I haven't bought a console in like forever, but that console manufacturers tend to make deliberately let their costs for the actual console be cheap and they basically just whack all that. They whack all their profit into the games, so you end up paying just as much but you just pay it in a different way. You pay it rather than for the base game or for the actual game for the machine. You pay for the games. But it's not a fair argument to say, well, just buy it on PC. That isn't really a fair argument to say to someone, because put yourself in their shoes. They bought it, and they're like, well, how come I'm now being told I've got to buy it again? And there certainly have been some mistakes made in that front, because the worst one has been the Switch. The way that Switch was handled, that was really bad. That would be, if I was a Switch player, I would have been really, really annoyed that it all kind of got released under the House Super banner, and then they turned around and went, well, it's actually made by a separate company, so when you've got technical problems, it's not us that you talk to. That would have pissed me off as well. That's the difference, Lindsay. But I think that's actually, I personally, I think that's more of just a cultural difference between what you're kind of used to doing as a PC player versus a console player. Yeah, as I say, I'm not really talking with any authority on this because I haven't had a console for ages. But yeah, we're used to just the concept of early access, and things being in development, all that sort of stuff. I don't think that's as that's not really a thing, is it, on console? Is this making any sense? I don't know if that was a good idea. I feel like that wasn't a good idea. So yeah, the idea of it being a game that's kind of, you're gonna wait, because you're totally right, Lindsay, and that's where I get frustrated with it, because I'm like, there's no great conspiracy here. It just was released in 2018 on PC and 2020 on console, and that's why there's a difference in between what you've got. And rather than pissing and moaning every time they bring a DLC out, just maybe wait, play the game. Parents get their kids consoles because it's a bit more casual, easier to buy a console. Yeah, and the physical space and all that sort of stuff, because you plug it into your telly, you've already got a telly, you don't buy a monitor, you put it on, you don't necessarily have as much space taken up by a console. It just sits under your TV sort of thing, or it sits in the kids' room or whatever. I think it is, legitimate argument to say, so if this is like this, I guess this could be dining space back here. Don't know. Or am I going to put a fridge as well? I'll get a fridge in it somewhere. Yeah, that makes sense, Daniel. But not everyone has that. Not everyone has that financial luxury, right? I think I think what the trouble is, and I try and always avoid the like generalization of people, because I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is that there's almost like the narrative gets changed by a few people, and then that narrative then just gets absorbed by the people. And most of the time these sorts of things I think happen when people just not paying as much attention, which is fair enough. People don't pay that much attention, because if you're new to the game, or you're casual or whatever, or you're not really into it, you don't pay that much attention to everything that's going on. So when you just dip in, you skim across the surface of something, and the unfortunate narrative of console players is that they're neglected. That's what you think is true. It's hard, it's like anything, isn't it? Sometimes it's harder to get the nuance. As soon as an argument's a bit more nuanced, it's harder to sort of get across. This is a massive fridge. Can it squeeze in? Oh, it can actually squeeze under that arch. Get where you're coming from. The thing is, the community demanded a Switch. It just moved there. Switch version. So the devs looked for a company that would make a Switch game, because the devs don't have the abilities. Yeah, I think it's just a misstep, and who I don't know. Like, it is the responsibility of the developer to make sure that, like, they should have been signposts. It should have been really obvious. It should have just been really obvious. In fact, it should have been under the banner of in the same way that it's a really, really different brand experience on mobile than it is on all the social channels are different. On mobile, and it should be the same, or it should just have been made really clear. I think personally, I just think that was a misstep, that they ballsed that up, because it got announced in the social channels. It got announced on the it was. I feel like it was even on their developer streams that they showed it, and then at the point at which it went live and there were bugs, it was like, nothing to do with us. I might be remembering that wrong. Adults buy consoles for themselves. Yeah, that's true. But it's I can completely, even if I had a PC and a console, if I bought the game on console, I can see an argument for basically going, hang on a minute, I'm expecting to get the same amount of content on this as because it isn't clear. I guess that's the problem. Maybe it isn't so clear that when you buy the PC version, it's so vastly ahead of the console version. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the prices are different and all that sort of stuff, which they probably are. But they do feel like there were ways to have mitigated that. Having the social channels different, having some of it just feel separate. Don't have the same dev streams running. Frontier don't seem to have this problem, and they're doing when they're doing a stream, they're talking about Planet Coaster console version, and you're not getting the people in the Planet Coaster console version going, why have we not got the Back to the Future DLC or whatever? It's just handled differently. And it's not their fault, because they'd never done this before. But there is a value sometimes in saying, all right, we kind of asked that up. It's a really tricky one, because I think they kind of made some mistakes on it, but they also have got some people that are just not really interested in the facts and seems to just want to moan. I mean, that's unfortunately sometimes that's just people come on the internet to have a moan. Don't know. That seems to be what sometimes that just is the objective for the day. What can I get on Twitter about and have a moan? What high horse can I get on today? Which is bizarre. I mean, it is bizarre. I find it bizarre. I mean, it's all right being passionate. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm old, but I'm like, Christ, there's enough in the world for us all to actually be having some proper beef over. Maybe let's not worry about these things quite so much. I think, and to be honest, just to go back to what you were saying there, Daniel, this is important to remember. You don't hear the voices. You don't hear the quiet voices. We only hear the ones that are making noise. So it is worth being careful to not, that we don't like generalize all console players as being like this. It just is those ones that are making noise and the ones that get caught up in the noise that adopt the narrative because it's a loud voice being shouted. At least it's not 7 Days to Die. They ported that to console and the dev that ported it went bust, so it sits forever with the version from 2016. Oh, that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Well, we can do something with that on the outside easily enough. Right, I can't put anything. Can I? I can't put. I can put lintels up there. Oh, that might actually help. So if I put lintels across, can I hang? Actually, that does make it better anyway, doesn't it? If we fix that up. Maybe I'm just worn down by now. I feel companies will do what they will, and players just expected to swallow whatever they do or not by the thing. I'm really complaining as companies don't listen. I mean, don't forget, we're not talking about we're not talking about a Google or a Facebook here. We're talking about, I don't know what the size of the team is now, but I'm pretty sure it used to be like 20 or 30 dudes sitting in a room. It's not. It's never struck me. I mean, it's an indie developer. It's never struck me as being a faceless, a faceless corporate. I do, to some extent, agree, but that is a bit of a prevailing thing, isn't it? That it's just buy this shit and shut up, unfortunately, most of the time in the world, but it's not always the case, and I don't get that as the case with these guys. Yeah. Got ya. What can we do? What can we do to fill up this space some more? Shelves, maybe? Can I put like a freestanding... Oh no, I don't want shelf, do I? I want shelves. Some sort of... See, those will be too deep. What can we do? It's a shame these don't. Oh, there's these. These are tall though, aren't they? Would that work? We'd have to stack. I wonder if we could get that in that space. It looks a bit tall, doesn't it? And what's the width like? Because actually white in that space sort of sat in that little nub that we've got. Maybe. I guess it depends whether it's going to clip. If it clips into the unit, which it won't. Let's just have a look. Slab. Are you aware of the countertops are different? I didn't do that deliberately. No. I will fix that. I think you'd already said that, hadn't you? And I missed it. I was busy having a rant. Obviously, it was mid rant. Hang on a second. Interesting. So that would obviously stick through the back there, but we could do something about that. No, I would have eventually realised. Probably after I'd put everything on it, I would have been like, oh. So yeah, good one for shouting it out. So let's just try this. Sun needs to go up way more. Wouldn't it be nice? I mean, this never works out. These sorts of things never work out quite as perfectly as you hope them to. No, it's already clipping into the... Oh, I was... yeah, it doesn't want to be that far forward. I was kind of hoping it was just not going to clip into that. It wasn't going to have a problem. That it was just going to be fine with clipping in. Because that's too low, isn't it? For the cupboard to go back in place. Shizer. Okay. Not that then. I just want to put a wall in. I just want to be able to put a wall in there. Yeah. Anyone got any other suggestions? I just kind of want to put something that's like that gives me some height back there, but that isn't like the full depth of a shelf. What's like a little cupboard thing that we can stack? Is there anything in here? So I think, am I right in saying all the kitchen units? No, they'll only stick to a wall, won't they? So it can't be a kitchen unit. It has to be something else. Because none of these things will work. I mean, it's huge, but it won't work anyway. Let's just see if we've got any other sliders that are like tiled or anything. I've got these. Oh god. So Renee did try and explain to me at some point what this coding system was that we're using. KBS2B. What the actual... So that's like a free floating tile. That's pretty badass. Alright, so let's just check out these then. Let's check out these for a second. What did I search? What was my search there to get that? Slider. What is the deal with these then? So that's just slightly higher. I mean, I'm a big fan of anything that's just like floats in the world, and that you can just put it down wherever you want it. That's pretty epic. So that again is just lower, slightly lower. I guess these are just based on the cupboard heights or something. But you can't make it go up, unfortunately. That's always the problem with these. You can only ever put them in the fixed position. Moody Cobalt. Free floating shelves. I quite fancy a coffee. It's a bit late for me to have a coffee though. Well, there is that. That could work. God, these are difficult. There we go. So that one's got to go. These are really difficult to get your head around where you're actually placing them, because they're... Okay. So that looks like that could actually even go on there. Does the lower one look like it sits below it? Kind of? God, I'm never going to remember what they were. Not all of Dolan Tusk's. Screw you, Dolan Tusk. You're not the boss of me. I'm not sure Dolan Tusk's ever bought any of my things. Seems to always be the Jan Tarts and the Smoths. I think it's my particular design style that appeals to a Smoth. I don't know why. Why can't that one go there? Why can't that one go there? All the others could go in there, game. But not you. You had to be contrary. What's wrong with that spot? God damn it. B. No. That's got to be that one then, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's not perfect, but we can maybe do something. I don't know. Maybe we'll do something that looks like it's supposed to be there. Desperately struggling to get this to look. I'm gonna have to tidy all that up at the back as well. Maybe once it's got all the gubbins on it, it'll be alright. Coffee. Talking of coffee. Actually, there's a better one of those now, isn't there? Which you can't find by just typing coffee for some reason. What? Why? Where is it? Coffee maker. It says it's in furniture. Just generically in furniture. But it isn't, is it? This is a lie. It's not in furniture anymore. It's in kitchen accessories, maybe? Electronic equipment? Okay, so there's that coffee maker. Where's the other coffee makers then? There are other coffee makers, aren't there? I'm sure there's new coffee makers in the stuff that we got recently. Or am I thinking of the workshop? I know there's a I think there's a few. I think the coffee maker is in the fence section. Sounds about right, Lindsay. Sounds about right. This kills me. It really does, guys. It really does kill my brain. Okay. Here we go. So there are some in the workshop, but I'm pretty sure there are some that came in the luxury DLC that are in the base game. Oh, sorry, there's yeah, big new one. That actually will work for us, I think. Because that will cover up that bit isn't tiled. Cafe, it could be something silly like that, couldn't it? It could be something silly like that. Or it's a tea maker. Tea. Like, they really do need to just get a grip of this stuff, because it's really maddening. It does my noggin in. Yeah, it does. It looks like a proper decent one, doesn't it? Like a cappuccino machine. Yeah, espresso machine. Espresso. Sometimes I feel like you need to scroll through other languages. I have been. I mean, it's one of those things you feel like you're up your own arse when you do this sort of thing. But I feel like I have got to the point where I might write an email and just say, this is what it needs. I really don't want to make a video on it because it'll be boring. But it's like, you know what? It shouldn't be that I have to type in that name in order to get that. I can't even. I mean, this is just a really simple example. Theo, right? You'd think that thing that's called Theodore, like it will come up there. Why is it not? What's that all about? Oh, it's because I put a the. There's like some really basic, silly logic that they just have. I should be able to type in picture as well, because that is a picture or a painting. I won't be able to find that now because I haven't typed exactly the syntax of the sentence they want. It's not great. And the thing is, because they call things, you're like, I mean, this all kind of worked. How come that didn't come up when I typed in coffee, guys? Explain to me. Explain to me. Coffee. Oh, it's there. It is there. It just needs like better logic in this. It really does. What did I type in? I swear I didn't see that, but maybe it was there the whole time. Sometimes I think, okay, time to think like a Polish person. It's not translation though, because that isn't translation. That's not a translation issue. That's a decision. You know, if you basically make it that you have to get the phrasing. If you've only got one thing that you can search by, so like there's nothing else here that I could search by. There's no other like metadata attached to this, and you can't just type in like, you know, and the older thing is, yeah, you're totally right, Daniel. There should be a hierarchy. So if you think about, you know, Google, the way that I mean, they never tell you how it works, but the way that Google works for search effectively is it just goes. So if I typed in coffee, then it would, and if there was something called coffee, it would obviously throw me that back first over something that's called coffee maker, because it's not as much as an exact match. Did I type in coffee machine? Well, that's exactly what I mean. Oh, I think I typed in coffee maker, but it's an exact match. They're doing an exact match, not a part match, and there should be a hierarchy of that. That it should go, okay, well, give me everything that matches exactly to coffee maker, and then give me things below that that have got the word coffee in it, and give me things below that that have got the word maker in it. And I think the only logic they've got in here is that it doesn't do. Oh no, it even does that. So usually search things have like a minimum number of characters, and it doesn't even look like it's got that. So it won't just search on everything where it sees C and O appear and throw that back to me in the results. Sorts its translation of, but it sort of is translation of culture. Thinking of the coffee machine as sitting in the kitchen or in the pantry or something. Yeah, to an extent, that's this organisational. So that's the what do they call that? The taxonomy of everything. That's how they organise it all in them. You're right. And I've always thought that, yeah, they kind of have to do that stuff, but I think the limitation is because they're only attaching one thing to it. And once you get to this stage, like, you know, as I said, I've played it for hundreds and hundreds of hours, and sometimes I know what I'm looking for and I cannot find it. Cannot find it. And the other trouble is that they change the names of these things sometimes. Like, anyway. And they've changed this taxonomy a bunch of times as well. So you get used to it being in one way and then they change it all to a different way. Right, so accessories, kitchen accessories. Okay, cool, right. And so it should just be, for me, I don't think it's as complicated as it's been made. It just needs to be, there's some like basics that just need to be in place. The search is not good enough. The organisation of these items is not good enough, and they've overcomplicated them by putting in things like that. Yeah, that shouldn't be three. I know I've said this a bajillion times, but that shouldn't be 3 items in the list because they're the same. It should just be the same item, but with some colour selectors in here. Every item should have individual tags that should link to a specific search. Even better, you can actually create your own tags and group the things together in a way that you want to group them together. But yeah, they should, everything should have more than one way of finding it. Like, I should be able to find that under, I mean, you don't have to have infinite number of things, but you should be able to find it in lots of different ways. Yeah, there's a reason why Sims do it in the way that they do it. That you can find things. No, you can go in and find lights for the kitchen by going through kitchen, or you can go through lights. But they're also, every item they've got has got loads of different bits of metadata attached to it. And I think this is the problem is what has happened in particular with this game is that the sort of quest to keep adding more things has happened at a quicker rate than the like organization of this stuff. And actually, it's kind of ironic, but I think most people that played the game before will say that when they did the last overhaul to this, they made it worse. It didn't make it better. It got more confusing. I said it when they first put it out. I was like, this is not future proof. It doesn't scale. Oh god. That's a modded item for you, I guess. A favourite list would be handy as well, wouldn't it? Yeah. But if you think about it, think about how simple the like organisation of it all is. There's no style. There's no like style tags. There's no nothing. There's no material. But yeah, it's for that. I think it's for that reason. Is that the basically the items just got added. The kind of the thought to add the items is accelerated beyond the like what would make sense for volume. Oh, that's what I was actually looking for. But I mean, all of that stuff is actually pretty easy to fix. So fixing all of this organisation of this stuff is pretty easy to fix. But the what becomes a difficulty is that if you do what I'm saying to do, if you do have a thing that's got like everything's got multiple tags, that it all becomes then like a data input effort, because to go back and put all of those items in, all the tags should be for all the items, it does become a bit of a mission. So what are we going to actually be able to put up there? Let's go back into accessories. Can we get a bread bin in there? Guess we can kind of pretend that's okay, and that it's not sticking through the wall. Nah. I haven't decided yet whether I'm bringing this round. Because what did I say I was doing? I said this was going to be the dining space, but we've got the dining space here. I don't know. Not sure how I feel about this. Maybe this all needs to just go. Maybe that'd be better just as a breakfast, like a bar. Feels a bit squashed, doesn't it, in there? Yeah, I think one thing is for sure is that it's only going to get worse, because the more items, the harder it gets, and we all want more items all the time. There needs to be like a consolidation of the workshop stuff as well. There needs to be like everything just gets brought into line, and it doesn't matter whether it's a workshop item or not. It should be treated in the same way. stalls, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This is a little bit too big, a little bit too shallow, this shelf, unfortunately, for most of this stuff. I guess we could have it like a, bar. Where's all the... Yeah, see, I can't use any of these. I can't use any of the herb things because none of them will go. The other thing is we haven't decided where all the, like, you know, the actual main... Like, where's the oven and everything? Doesn't make sense to do that, does it, until I've put the oven down. But yeah, I have to say I was kind of surprised to see this one today that they've announced, because I don't know, you get to the point where you start to think, how long are they going to continue to work on it? How long are they going to continue to keep putting DLCs out? I think actually, am I right? I feel like I said this recently, that I looked at the Steam stats for the game, and there's actually more people playing it than ever have played it. And it is quite interesting actually. If you look at the Steam stats, for House Flipper compared to Planet Zoo, there's like nothing in. There's no difference. Pretty much the same. Pretty much get the peak. The Planet Zoo. House Flipper's never had the peaks that that Planet Zoo's had. Did I say that the right way around? But House Flipper's never had the peaks that Planet Zoo's had. But the like daily concurrent players pretty much is the same. I think it's because House Flipper tends to just kind of tick along, and it's ticked along for a long time. And those Steam charts don't show what the console players are doing, obviously, as well. But yeah, you have got to start to wonder, like, when are they gonna, how long can they carry on kind of just keep supporting it? Is PZ not as popular now? PZ goes through big peaks and troughs frequently. Would never have guessed that House Flipper would have more or less the same concurrent play. Yeah, it's not that different. It is usually slightly less, but if you look at it now, you can look at it on. You go to Steam charts. You'll see it. It's not that different. It's pretty much the same. Hang on a second. We'll have a look, shall we? Let's have a little look. How am I going to do this? Steam. Right, give me a second. So, steamcharts.com, and then you search for the game. So Planet Zoo. So the current playing an hour ago. So the peak in the last 24 hours. So all-time peak is going to be way more than House Flipper's got. But in the last 24 hours, the maximum players on there were 5,190. House Flipper. It's like it's not vastly, it's not anywhere near as like vastly different as you might think it. obviously that all-time peak is massively different. So they've sold, I guess in theory that tells you they've sold 4 times as many copies. But actually, what was the play in an hour ago? It's not that there's like 1,600 difference or something, 1,700 difference. And don't forget this game came out in 2018 as well, so it's way older. So I think that's it's kind of interesting, and that's obviously they're obviously still doing all right out of the game. I'm pretty sure. In fact, we could look at that as well. Let's just have a look at that for a second. So if you go to all time, so you can probably just about see that. It might be a bit small on your screens. Hold on, let's zoom in a little bit. So that's back when the game came out. So right at the beginning of the game coming out, that first peak 10,000. So that was right when they first got it. When everybody first got it, it was massive. But that's a decent peak back near the same sort of numbers. And then this is another decent peak. That's luxury DLC, right? So they did put a big PR campaign behind luxury. But 9,007. But it's it's got peaks and troughs and stuff in it. But it's broadly just fairly consistently doing the same sort of numbers, right? I guess you could say. I mean, this is, as I said, I have felt, I haven't looked at this in a while, but I had felt that it was doing fairly comparable. And then if you look at Planet Zoo, so November 2019 was when it came out. I mean, it's sort of similar, but we look at November 2021 compared to the numbers here, 10,000, 11,000 kind of average. So it's not like tracking as well. That looks like it's. I mean, there's a peak. But what one of the notable things is, and sometimes I do this, is just to look, is that you can basically look at when the DLCs come out, how much of a big peak that contributes to. And every time the PZ one is slightly less, unfortunately, the next DLC is slightly less. Now, no idea why that is, but for a game that's been out since 2018, you would think. I mean, you would have to say this is surely has had a lot less money spent on it, but maybe it hasn't. I don't know. And there's then another interesting one to use is to look at. I do this quite often actually. Is look at the number of people viewing on Twitch. So choose a game, look at the number of people viewing it on Twitch, and then that gives you a bit of a feel for how alright something's doing. Marv. Yeah, that's not right, is it? So I said they've sold more copies. That doesn't make sense. So that doesn't make sense what I just said there. I said that must mean that Planet Zoo has sold way more copies. It doesn't mean that. The peak concurrent means that 10,000 people have played it, and 40,000 people have played Planet Zoo. But that doesn't necessarily mean that more copies have been sold of Planet Zoo than House Flipper. It just means that they weren't all playing it at the same time, because House Flipper's been out for a lot longer. Yeah, it is interesting. It's kind of interesting stuff. I think it's interesting anyway. Because it is. I think it's the sort of thing that does. influence decisions as to what they all do, because they'll definitely be looking at the number of peak concurrent players and that sort of thing. A DLC is successful, or a marketing campaign for that DLC is successful surely based on the number of sales and the number of active players on it. So I wonder if we go with some of these taller units here. So white. Is that not changing? Excuse me, white. That's not changing at all, is it? Why is it not changing? Is it not change? Why you not change? Oh God. Current viewers on Twitch, PZ105. Go on. Hasselper 215. So sometimes that can be slightly misleading though, because you have to generally look at the number of people watching. So like, for example, that could just be like 100 people all watching the top person on House Flipper, and that isn't necessarily indicative of the game's performance, because they might just be watching their favourite streamer sort of thing and watching him whatever. Like if Shroud has played House Flipper, Shroud has never played Planet Zoo. I'm pretty sure they gave Shroud some money to play House Flipper back in the day, and at that point, if you'd looked at that same stat, you would have seen like 40,000 people watching. But it's an interesting different stat, because it's a difference between playing the game and whether you're interested in watching the game. I think they're slightly different. There are slightly different things. Why is this not changing? Only watch PZ because you stream it. Yeah, that's what I mean. So there's a little bit of a pinch of salt in that, because that obviously can be a thing. Does this just not work? Does this just not change colour? It doesn't work, does it? Oh, that's annoying. Is it just not changing colour in the? Is it just not changing colour in that thumbnail? No, it's just not changing colour. It just doesn't work. Stupid thing. Stupid Marv. Crap. So I guess we have to have that then. One House of a streamer has 74 viewers. PZ viewers range from between 4 and 12-ish. Yeah. I mean, neither of them ever really do like that well on Twitch. I mean, you're never gonna. I don't think I ever really see, like hundreds of people watching. I guess we could kind of do that. But that's not necessarily a meaning anything. But it's like all these things. They're all kind of they're kind of interesting, but you can kind of lose your whole. You could sometimes it's easy just to like summarize in your head what that means, and then just be like, oh, that means that. It doesn't necessarily. Alright, so we've got an oven. We're not going to be able to put a hood up there, are we? Do we think? But yeah, I mean, the long and the short of that is that yeah, the numbers are pretty impressive for House Flipper. I would think on a budget of what this game would have cost to make, and it sort of explains why they're still cranking out DLCs. And now talking about 4 years after. That's what I'm testing to see if I can put a hood on a double lintel. It looked like it was going to do it for a second. Why? Oh, can it just... Oh, it can just sit there. Huh? Yeah, it's a Playway title. I talked about this before. Like, it's interesting. There's a lot. I'm not really sure on the timelines, but there's a lot of games that I have always felt have just been like trying to replicate what this game's got, and Playway tend to gurge out quite a lot of like simulators, these sorts of simulator things. I think it's kind of their niche, but like this isn't really a simulator, it's not really a... I don't know. I feel like they've never quite... I don't know. I might be wrong, but I feel like they've never kind of grasped the difference between this and all the others. Train station renovation simulator and all those things. Yeah, you're right on that, Swans, I think. And I think this doesn't really work, does it? Maybe if I did that. Maybe. See if we can make that look nicer. I feel like this was just one of those. To be honest, I feel like this was just one of those. I mean, it's really amazing to see the difference between, you probably, if you went back and looked at my first ever video on House Flipper, you'd be like, this is such a different game. There was nothing. There was so little. I mean, that is one. I think that's one of the things that sets the like PC players versus console players hackles up sometimes, is that like when we first got this game, we had nothing. There was so little items. There were lots of bugs as well. But it goes back to what I was saying before about, I think it's just a cultural thing. The differences that console players are used to more like polished and finished stuff, and I don't think Frozen District kind of realised the difference between those two kind of worlds when they started on the mission to give it to console. But yeah, most of those games that they chuck out just like really, really different. I've tried quite a lot of them, Power Wash Simulator and all those sorts of things that are just, they're all right, and like some people really like that, but they're not like this. This is not really one of those. I think my feeling is that it started off being largely about, like, it was like a tidy up simulator. that was largely what it was, and it was only it was the community that pulled it in a really different direction. I mean, that's one. I mean, I'm not going to take credit for this at all, but the extension thing, that is totally that the community has done that, because the fact that this new DLC is going to have the ability to be able to add extensions, like, that is totally something that we've done, that we've all done, that we've just made it Like how, the number of times that's been said in dev streams, and they've insisted they would never do it, and yet here it is. There used to be a really basic game on the internet called House Fit Bar, and you fix the doors, windows, etc., and sold the properties. I was looking for that when I found House Fit Bar as we know it now. Interesting. Yeah, back in 2018. But yeah, you're probably right actually. from the point at which we got HDTV was the big thing that made the difference. When we got that DLC, everything kind of changed from that point. It just became a much more like rounded game. So I've got a fridge, I've got an oven, I don't have a sink, so the sink can probably go, I guess the sink can go there. Remember the excitement of the first time I opened the game and realised it was nothing I'd ever played. Feel 2018 feels like a year ago. Oh, don't even, yeah, God. Don't even go there. So that's got a dishwasher built into it. How big is that one? That's huge. It's a game named House Builder. Looks like an older version of Hometopia. Yeah, I've tried that one, right? I tried that one on a stream once. Oh, that's me. You're taking the piss. Ah, I see. You're taking the piss out of me. Ah. Oh dear. That was funny. Why was I so slow to pick up on that? Because most of the time you are taking the piss out of me. I think by the end of that night, to be fair, I actually did quite enjoy that stream because it just became madness. I'm pretty sure by the end of the stream it was only Lisa and Lindsay in the chat, and it was just the point at which I realised that there was some majorly critical thing attached to my middle mouse button, and my middle mouse button wasn't working. It was you had to, I'm trying to even remember what it was now. Something you couldn't do, and it didn't. There was no because it was only the demo. Yeah, I can't. Oh, was it the spade? It was a spade or something, right? I didn't have any of my tools, and I didn't realise that my middle mouse button on my mouse had stopped working. And we streamed that. I streamed that for bloody hours. Just kept going. I just want to get a wall built. Oh dear. Yeah, that's what it was. Stupid head. That sink is supposed to be light. I mean, there's barely any difference between those. I started playing in 2018, and even in the minimal game, it was really oddly therapeutic for me. It's a rubbish house that couldn't change. Yeah, I mean, I remember I've got some videos of that like back in the day. I mean, it's still kind of what I say. The thing that appeals to me about this game, and it is sort of the same as Planet Zoo. It's a problem. Like for me, it's like a problem-solving game. You've got like a picture in your head of what you want to achieve, and you're trying to find your way to doing it. And so that is the same as Planet Zoo. And in this, I think that video actually did all right. Like relatively out of my House of videos, that video did all right. I made a log cabin out of one of the normal houses, and I think I did this a few times. I built a wall out of these little boxes. I built a wall just by stacking these bloody boxes up. Because there was no other way of doing it. In fact, this is easier than it was before. Do you remember? They used to fall over all the time. You'd just be like, oh, that's done. And you'd walk away and it would all fall over. Or you'd like delete something like over there and all the wall would fall over. Actually, I'm looking at those now. They're like pretty viable as a wall. They didn't used to work as well as that because they didn't used to stick together quite so well. Just process a new starter's details today. He was born in 2001. How is this? This got old enough to work already. Yeah, crazy. In 1980s is 40 years ago. It doesn't seem that long. It was the it was the spade. I remember it well. I wanted to hit you with it by the end of the stream. I was reading something saying we are now closer to 2050 than we are to 1990. Oh God. Do you know that is it this year George Jetson was born? Apparently. This is the year in the Jetsons that George Jetson was born. For anyone that knows what the Jetsons is. Right, we are going to do a little bar here then, I think. We'll do some stools. Stool. Shall we use different ones? I always use... See, this is another one. Where's the rest of the stools? Bar? Yeah, here they are. Bar chair. Egypts! Friggin' Egypts! Those actually work quite well though. I think they'll be alright. Yeah, I mean the difference between the big difference that the game's massively had is that the models are so much nicer now. Let's see if we can find an original. Let's see if we can find an original sofa. Living room. Sofas. Let's go down to the depths of the old. Yeah, this was all about. This is what House Flipper was all about back in the day. Look at that vomit, Christ! Oh man, that is awful. I mean, everything about that is awful. Look at the model, the texture, the patterns. I don't think that when we first got this, no we didn't. We didn't have these. That was what you got. You got it in that texture. You couldn't change the patterns. Oh, maybe you had that one as well, to be fair. So like it really has come a long way, because that was like... Yeah, absolutely. It was all of that ilk. Because that was the thing. It wasn't just that there weren't that many pieces, but there weren't that many pieces that were not minging. There were not that many pieces that you actually wanted to use, because they were awful. Yeah, and they were all like everything. Everything was like that. Everything was like that. The armchairs, all that sort of stuff. There's an armchair that, oh, you can have a matching set if you wanted. Oh, I don't think I've ever placed this down. I don't think I've ever used that in a house. It's not actually that bad anymore. I feel like this has had a bit of love to it. So yeah, it has come a long way. But I do wonder, by the end of 2022, I mean, it is already starting to look pretty. It's not I think Hometopia. I think when we start playing Hometopia, this is going to pale into insignificance. Just the lighting in that, it looks so much better. Just Right, so we're gonna have our table. I guess we're gonna have a bigger table now. I'm not missing any kitchen. I mean, I still need to dress this more. I guess we can put stuff on there as well. Kitchen. Oh, I could have, you know what I could have done? I feel like I used to do this as well. Is I could have made shelves using these things. $28. Is that all you are, Daniel? You're a young buck. Oh, you young buck. That was buck with a B, by the way. Yeah, being able to have favourites, being able to have your own way of like organising stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff that I never touch. That's not going to fit, is it, on that bit of wall? No. Born in the year I left school, but seems you were born the year before I left school. So what's the... So he was born 28 in... I can't do maths. I can't do streaming and maths and house flippering at the same time. What year would that be? I was thinking about school the other day for some reason. Can't remember why. I was thinking about primary school. 1992. Have we got... I suddenly had a Planet Zoo moment. Like what can I have? There is some sort of vent, isn't there? Floor vent. In... Oh, see, I don't remember where anything is anymore. It used to be in survival. Here we go. Is this going to look terrible though, isn't it? No, we don't want that. What have I used, guys, before for this? 27, born in 1994. 90s babies. Lucky you. Great. You're too late, I already got there. Too slow, Lindsay, too slow, Lisa. You failed your tests. That probably just was the stream delay, to be fair. Oh dear. I remember when that started. Oh, that was the... Was that... Did we say that was Meadow? I can't remember. Was it Meadow? It's like 20 minutes behind on the stream. Kept shouting, great. Great! It's like, alright, Meadow. You alright? I don't know why that always makes me chuckle when someone's behind. It came up in chat before you found it. Oh, right, okay. I think I was already typing. Was Meadow, was it? What else can we have in the kitchen? We haven't got a microwave. Maybe we're the sort of people that don't have a microwave. I guess we could have some like placemat deal up here. What are these called? Are they actually called placemats? Oh, I haven't used one of these before, have I? How do these work then? Oh, these actually are... They're kind of cool, aren't they? Could have one of those in the dining room. Oh god, I hate that it does that. Narrow electric fireplace. Medium. Does that switch on as well? No. Oh, it switches off when you move. Oh, I suppose I'm going out the door, aren't I? So fair enough. Missing lights. Ceiling lamps. Too jazzy? That's actually quite funky. Seen that before. Ooh, likey. Likey. That's got a nice kind of industrial vibes as well. The whole place is a kitchen though, isn't it? Look. Sake. Large kitchen. I'm in a 51 metre square large kitchen at the moment. So all of this is kitchen. Stupid. That's something we could get more of, couldn't we? There could be more like utility. There could be more like a utility room sort of thing, but also like boilers and like tanks and things. Light switches is what I'm looking for. I think I need to get the DLC just for the furniture. Yeah, it does make a difference. I think that I'm not sure. How come it got you after the fact there? Seemed like you got away with that. Thank you, Miko. Thanks for the sub. Did that get deleted by Nightbot? That's a bit harsh. I read the message anyway. But yeah, you should definitely get there. I think most of the good stuff is in HGTV. Yeah, it seemed like it let the message out and then it was like, no. Oh, it's gone back and deleted everything that Kerry said. Harsh. Apologies. I think my Nightbot settings for caps are like on the lowest one, but yeah, don't worry about it. I think we'll probably paint one of these walls because I don't think everything wants to be brick. I think maybe that will get painted. Maybe like a nice colour. Yeah, they're not timed out either, are they? They're just completely removed. It's just like it seems like she has been drinking. Oh, Babina. Should we have a go at this? Have a little bit of look at this purple. Oh, there is a nice green now as well. Someone time out Nightbot. It's not really dark enough though, is it? Slow off the mark and then deleting all messages to save face. Yeah, it did seem like it was she just kind of woken up from a drunken stupor. It's like, oh my god! Should we go bloody red? No, bloody red would clash. Grey fog, moody cobalt. Hot brick. Oh, warm plum. Warm plum. Can't argue with a warm plum. I put more like nightcap. Oh dear. Let's go moody cobalt. Can't ever go wrong with Moody Cobalt. Tell you what we haven't done, guys, for ages. Haven't done any moulding for a while, have we? Just a bit of moulding in here. I think that's what it needs. I think I'm going to go grey fog. Nightbot has offended me. I'm mortally wounded. Do it in caps. Tell it to F off in caps. That'll endear you to... Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. You're all good. That is a bit silly though, isn't it? It should just like... Why does it remove all the comments you've said? Oh, maybe I wanted that for that wall as well. I know they're different, but I'm going with it. This will blow your mind, Kerry. This will blow your mind. So if you're playing only the base game, and you've only been playing the base game, check these bad boys out. Because I'm clearly evil. Yeah, that's exactly right. She was like, if in doubt, just remove all comments, remove all history of Kerry. She must be destroyed. Yeah, I've got when I play DayZ, I quite often end up with caps on because I fat finger it by accident. Skirting, hell yeah. There's a bunch of different skirting options which you can't find. I can't even remember where they are now. Walls? You did, Kay. That was funny. I think that guy had never been raided before though, to be fair. But yeah, to have it set on, because that's like the normal, that's Twitch etiquette, isn't it? That you spam your emotes when you arrive in someone else's stream. I think he thought it was funny as well. Where's the mouldings now, guys? That's my nut in that they change things. Decorations? No. I already looked in there, didn't I? Oh, there we go. Mouldings. Yeah, so you've got ceiling mouldings, floor mouldings, and wall mouldings. Some of these were added, well, most of these were added to in HDTV, and then we got a bunch more in Luxury DLC. But yeah, they're cool. I usually do the mouldings at the beginning of the stream because everybody's like coming in and settling down, and I know that no one enjoys me doing the mouldings because it can be a bit tedious, but it does make a big difference. Let's actually go with I think we'll go with a bigger one. So what am I using? I'm using the Creo and the Copium. Okay. Copium. Whenever I have to type a password that has caps in it, you can guarantee I've got caps on or off, which is ever the wrong way around. Yeah. I think we'll just go moulding around these two sides. I've always really liked there's just the like really clean white with, especially with brick. I always think it looks really cool. So yeah, we'll just run straight into that wall, I think. What's going on there? It's like showing me that it will let me place it there. Weird. Da, 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 da. Did you guys stay for long and watch that guy? I didn't watch. I was pretty much off the stream. We raided someone with Gemma the other night, so I dropped the lady a follow. Said lady followed me back. I was like, this ain't Twitter, love. Oh bless. That's quite sweet though. I think those guys were playing. I think they were playing modded, weren't they? Quite heavily modded by the looks of it. They had all sorts of guns. Left his stream on a different tab and went doing something different. Feel rude just leaving. Yeah, well, that's nice of you. I didn't feel rude. I always feel rude. Oh, well, I don't feel rude leaving because it's like, you know, I've just been streaming for ages. I don't think he knew. Initially, I didn't think he knew what was going on. It just was like confused him. These DLCs are out of stock on CD keys, and I refused to pay full price when I could get them cheaper. Oh, boo. Might cry now. I feel like I can't do any more hours until I get a DLC. Yeah, that's the trouble. It does get like that. It does make a difference though, doesn't it? Look how much just much better it looks with those. You just got more clutter options in the once you get a few more DLCs under your belt as well. I want to kind of keep it feeling industrially. I think stuff like that. Yeah, we could even do this whole Steam sale ended yesterday. Is that the autumn sale finished already, is it? Oh, I grabbed that superliminal, by the way. So it's now in the list of, yeah, you can choose it whenever you want to choose it, basically. But I think that would be quite a good one just to do like little bits and pieces of. Quite a good one just to like tap into. I'm not sure it's like one that I'll do a whole, that we do like a whole stream of, but I guess we'll see. I've got eco lighted on. Looks like I have. Yeah, I was going to say it can't be long before there's another one up. Don't seem to take that long. June. You reckon January? I would think there's a Christmas one, isn't there? There'll be a winter one, a winter sale. So that was autumn, so there'll be. I bet there's one in like 2 weeks. Or am I wrong? Was it that was winter? Thanks for hanging out, Swans. If you don't already, guys, Swans is largely a PZ YouTuber. She does. I think she's quite different to me in what she does. She's quite niche. She's got a nice little niche. But yeah, go check her out, guys. She does lots of fun ideas, races, and all sorts of cool stuff like that. And simmy stuff as well. Enormous Light Table. That's a good name. Let's check out Enormous Light Table. The irony is that Enormous Light Table is no bigger or smaller than any of the other tables. It's exactly the same. Thank you, Lindsay. You're a legend. I presume the autumn spring. Oh, of course, yeah. Sale was to coincide with Black Friday. Winter linked up with Christmas. Yeah, it's probably true. I think I want like a more ornate table. Let's put this back door in though. So now we can have a glass door back here. So that guy? No, I've done that every time. That guy. Let's turn that off for a sec. As soon as we're in a house, that doesn't matter at the moment. Right, table. Furniture. Dining room. Yeah, I want not an oldie fashionedy table, but like a Discord dude, I wouldn't think so. Lightspeed might be lurking. Peter. Discord dude is a PZ person. He occasionally pops in, but I'd be surprised. Winter sale starts 22nd of December. Nice. Maybe one of these. I guess that kind of was big then, that table. So that's an option. Not one I'm massively keen on, but none of the tables are that great, are they? What's enormous dark table? It's just so simple looking. That colloquium. That could work. It's got kind of semi-industrialness to it, hasn't it? Because it's got the kind of metal bits. No, nowheres. We haven't seen. He's not been around very much, has he, recently? The pile of rubbish games in my Steam catalogue that I bought for $1, whatever during sales. I have got quite a lot of games that I never play, to be honest. So I sort of try and resist now. Because I tend to kind of be like, oh yeah, we'll play that on stream, and then like I'm not playing the games that I'm not playing enough of my kind of regular mainstay games, so I shouldn't be adding things to my list. But yeah, I've got a bunch of games in my list that I just haven't played. I don't play, to be honest, I don't play very much off stream or if I'm not recording. So it tends to be that I'm just kind of deciding whether it's a game that it's just like can I do anything with this game? Wes has been really busy last couple of weeks. He'll be back. He'll be back. What would be a nice over the table light? That's not too much. Maybe that one? Ceiling lamps. Maybe even that. Let's go a bit lighter with it. It's a bit twiddly though, isn't it? It's a bit small. Doesn't feel like it fits. As long as he's just busy, but okay, yeah. Shame you can't pass over your games to. There's like you could with disc, yeah. Not a fan of a lot of the lights, to be honest. Let's just have a look at what that looks like. That's too small. I want like I want a kind of centerpiece light, but something that's not quite so. It just looks a bit crap, doesn't it? It needs to be a bit more chunky. Taves, have you been replaced by the farm DLC? Don't know, have I? Potentially. Is that what you meant? Oh, I see what you mean. Custom houses. Yeah, well, shall I take full credit for that? But no, it looks cool, doesn't it? It's really exciting. I'm gonna do a vid on it, I think. I'm really excited to see like what it means for us. Like, is it going to mean that we can actually like completely build our own houses? I sort of haven't. I deliberately, because I always try and make sure I do this, but when I'm going to make a video on something, I try not to like look at it too much, so that when I'm just so there's like new stuff when I'm like recording. So it doesn't have to be that they're like canned reactions, they are actually genuine reactions. So I saw it and I was like, don't look at that too much, look at it later when you're recording. So, but yeah, I noticed that. And there was something to do with tiling as well, wasn't there? There was like tiling of the roofs. That looked pretty cool. Wouldn't it be great if there was a Steam pile and people could put their unwanted games and others could pick them up? No, they wouldn't, because they wouldn't make anything, but still. Yeah, that would be pretty cool if you had like no hours on it. Because the thing with the refunds is that you can't get them. They expire, don't they, after a certain amount of time? So I sometimes I just get refunds on things because I just don't. I get something, then I'll play it for like 5 minutes and just be like, I'm never going to play this. Turn that light. Switch that light. One reason why I like to get stuff on what's GOG first and go to Steam. A game. What's GOG? I don't know what GOG is. GOG. Hey Mia, how are you? Maybe we just put some nice art on this wall. Digital games on console cost a whole lot more than the disc version. Do they? That makes no sense whatsoever. Is that because they're... Why would that be? That doesn't make any sense. How would this be a thing? I know what picture we're going to use, by the way. We haven't used her in ages, but she's my favourite picture of all pictures. Where is she? She's a legend. It's not Jimmy. Jimmy used to be... There she is. She's wicked. Oh, no. Yeah, she might have to go there. And maybe black and whites on either side. Refunds stopped existing after 2 hours and 14 days. Or 14 days. Yeah, got ya. Black and white on either side. We could go with the... I think that's John Lennon. It'd be like a small version. No, not so small. 0.6. One game I really should have got a refund for, but I decided not to for whatever reason. Yeah, I've got a few of those that I just never got around to playing. Don't know. It doesn't seem right, does it? Spacing's different, but apart from that, I think it's alright. And then like maybe like a nice plant in the corner. Not one of those. Anything else? This production costs more than digital release. It doesn't make any sense, does it? I reckon it's just that they get so few people actually want the legit discs. Maybe Take 3 for example can get disc version for 40-ish, $60 for digital. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Kind of want a big. Kind of want something big, but something that doesn't have to be like 5 foot off the wall. What's this guy? Lots of the popular games too, not just small stuff. I'm trying to think. The last thing that I paid. The last thing that I paid for that I really regret paying for would probably have been Fallout 4. Not Fallout 4, Fallout 76 or whatever it was. That was really expensive. It was like, I don't know, like 70 quid or something. It was just arse. It was just rubbish. It was just so repetitive. I didn't see a link. Is it January that home temperatures riddles are just another teaser? I think they said. I felt like they said something this year. That they were aiming for something this year. But to be fair, well, actually, the last things I've seen, I don't like that very much. Oh, No Man's Sky was. No Man's Sky apparently has got way better. But yeah, I did kind of find that quite repetitive as well, quite quickly. The last thing that I've seen on the Discord for Hometopia, excuse me, guys. Sorry, I randomly just sneezed. Was that they? Basically that they were working on the missions and stuff, the jobs. So I think they were talking, I think at some point, I can't remember the guy that's in our Discord, that the main guy was talking about. Thank you, Mew Mew Poo Poo. Thanks for the sub. Was talking about whether that like all the jobs should just come in as like post-release things, because it's going to be in early access, I believe. Oh, that's tiny as well. That last one didn't show up. Yeah, so GOG.com. DRM-free games. It's a digital distribution platform, which is a curated selection of games by your own it philosophy and utmost. Oh, right, I've not heard of that before. But then the huge update happened that improved everything, and I still think it sucks. Yeah, well, the big thing with No Man's Sky, wasn't it, that I remember this from the release, that they made out that it was multiplayer. And that it would just never happen that anyone would meet each other because the world was so massive. And then on release day, people met each other, got over in the same spot, and they were just like, you didn't exist. I'm gonna have to put this one in because there's no others that'll work. Unless I guess I could put a shelf up. So I didn't know you played House Super 2. I normally watch your Planet Zoo videos, but I've been on House Super Kick lately. Somebody likes to... Yeah, I've been playing this for ages, Courtney. I've been playing this since way before. So I've got loads of videos and loads of streams on my channel. We pretty much stream it every week. It moves around a little bit, but yeah, pretty much every week I play it. Yeah, and meet the peeps, because everyone here is nice House Flipper crew. But yeah, I've been playing this pretty much since 2018. We just finished last week. We just finished the boat from Luxury DLC. And now we're working on this. Which is this one? The factory, I think this is, or the warehouse or something. I got a bit distracted there because I was looking at those shelves. So you were saying about floating shelves, Daniel. I was wondering if that was one of them, but it's not. Probably be binging them. We're back in quarantine again, and it will probably start over if my test comes back positive tomorrow. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you're hopefully everyone's all right. Just yeah, it sucks. Hopefully you're feeling okay. Don't get deleted from time and space like I did. Again, Nightbot's going to be knocking on your door in a minute, Kerry. She's on the way. I need to change the. I keep forgetting. I need to change the Nightbot in the Discord to have the little Santa hat on it again, because it's important. Have you done all the jobs? I haven't done all of the new jobs. No, sir. I got a bit bored of them, to be fair. I think I made like 3 videos on them. I've started making the 4th one, and then just was like, just got a bit bored of them. I just got a bit bored of doing the jobs. It's one of those things. It's like sometimes you just make. I don't want to make videos just for the sake of making videos, and so I stopped myself. It's like halfway through making the video, and I just didn't like it, and I just stopped. I pretty much had recorded all of it, and then just was like, it's difficult to be kind of happy with something if you're not. Yeah, if you're not, I shouldn't like expect you guys to enjoy something if I'm not enjoying it. And I'm generally pretty good at. I'm pretty much myself. So like if it's a bit weird, but like if you guys met me in person, this is pretty much me. There's not a different version of me. So like if I am just not enjoying something, I just stop. I just didn't want to do it anymore. So and I enjoyed the first couple of jobs, but I felt like they just abandoned all the things that made the jobs interesting really quickly. Like I think 4 jobs, and I did one thing that was like a that you renovated the, what was it, what's the thing that you do that's like a, what's it, the bit of furniture you can like sand down and whatever. That I only did that once, and then it didn't appear again. I was like, oh, I thought that was like a major thing. I just had to delete and retype my whole message. Funny enough, because I was in caps. You're all okay? Just really miss my kids going to school. Oh, yeah, that sucks, Courtney. What's your quarantine time? Is it? My brother not that long ago just had to do it, and he had at the time a 6-week-old baby. And it was awful, and he had to just like be in a different, couldn't cuddle his kid and stuff. It was awful. But we've all, hopefully it passes fairly easy for you. Hey, Mrs. T, how you doing? I was enjoying watching streamers who are enjoying what they're doing. When they don't, it doesn't feel great to watch either. So I'm glad you stick to that. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before though. Like, it definitely, like, you guys carry it a lot. Like, it's way more fun. It is way more fun when you're streaming than just playing. There's no way I'd be playing this still if it wasn't for the fact that you guys all enjoy it, and I enjoy it because you're enjoying it, and I do to an extent. I still enjoy the game. There's just things that grate on me a bit. What can we put? I want a nice plant. But it's like it's difficult to. It's like a multiplier of enjoyment, to be honest. I guess we could put a ficus in the corner. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Get rid of you. Stick you somewhere, because I keep forgetting that those little shelves exist and I like them. Oh. Can you make a semicircle? Don't think you can you? Oh, you can go that way with those. Oh, you can make a semicircle. Kind of. Kind of. It's got like It doesn't really work, does it? But you can go sideways on it. Huh. I have to remember that. Being only available in jobs was a letdown. Yeah, I don't quite know why they did that. That's like, what's the point of it then? If you couldn't renovate, that's because when I first saw that, I was like, okay, cool. So you can like get a bit of old furniture and you can decorate, like you can renovate it, and then it becomes a thing that you can use, but it's not the case. And then it's like a bit pointless, isn't it? Like the only one I did was that the ship's wheel on the yacht. I was going to put that in there, wasn't I? And you couldn't really do anything with it anyway. Wasn't even like a particularly. I know I think there are other ones, but I guess we could have a radiator in here as well. Could shift the table all over a touch. How's your face, Toves? Face. How's your face? Is that a threat? It's alright. It's alright. Still not ready to reveal that because it's 2 weeks in and I look like a hobo. It's alright though. It's progressing, and I feel like I've got through the itchy stage. I got some face oil. So that helped. Definitely is less itchy. At one point last week I was, and this is always where I've stopped, snazzy hobo, in a like, yeah, under a bridge drinking from a can type. So, there are other ones, yes. I did a piano, a sideboard, and other things. Oh, right. But yeah, so I started growing a beard. I said that twice for some reason. There was an echo. Not really, sort of for Movember, but me and my younger brother decided 2 weeks ago we were going to do it. There's a longer version, isn't there? Oh, it's the same. I think it's the same plumbing. But I usually just get to a point and it gets itchy and then I stop and shave it off. Like I haven't been clean shaven in ages. It's just like a little bit of stubble. But now it's yeah, it's getting there. I've been growing mine for 3 months. I've stuck between shaving or styling, so it's just a bit of a mess. Well, apparently you're supposed to go. This is what I'm not sure about because I've never been one of those guys that does this. But I went to the. I can't remember if I was saying this on stream the other day. No, I don't think I was. But maybe I was. I can never really remember now. I went to the. So because I've not that long ago moved, I have changed my barbers. So I'm the sort of bloke that, as you probably can guess, have always just gone to a barber's and been like, this is just a haircut. It's not a conversation. Well, it's a conversation as in like what you're doing this weekend, sort of crap, or when was your last holiday? Been on any nice holidays, all that sort of rubbish. Do you know, I've never used these, but I think Sub-Zero's got some radiator covers that might look cool. So what was I saying? Yeah. So now I've moved to this new area. My best option for a barber seems to be much more like a kind of, I don't know what the equivalent of a salon is for a man. But I went in there. So I'm used to just going into the barber and just like, you know, rock up to the barber whenever you want to get a haircut. If you just happen to remember as you're walking past, you get your haircut. And this place was like Well, everybody was having like style conversations for one thing, which just I didn't. I was like, oh, this is different. I'm pretty sure I didn't get a look, but I'm pretty sure most of the guys getting their haircut didn't have any socks on. Oh, maybe it is the moulding. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, good shout. So, yeah, so I'm a bit like I'm not one of those people that it's like, you know, can have a 10-minute conversation about what my beard's going to be like how I should trim my beard. But apparently that's what you're supposed to do, especially when you first have it, the first time you have it cut. So I've not used these before, but socks not cool anymore. I don't know. I never understood why it became a thing. I never understood why it became a thing for men to start wearing shoes with no socks. Just like, what is this? Because I might sound like a right old git, but just like, what? Who suddenly decided? At what point did someone decide? And not just like trainers with no socks, but shoes. Don't understand it. Exactly. It's also really bloody uncomfortable, surely. I'm not sure about these. They're a bit big. But maybe just an adjustment of my pictures. Am I going to feel my age when I weirdly want warm toes? Shoes with no socks is better than sandals with socks. True. This is true. Oh, Lindsay sounds like she's one up. She's an advocate. She sounds like she's on team no sock. Well, I never, Lindsay. I would never have had you down as a no sock. Thing is, it's a bit different for women, but it's a bit more normal, isn't it, for women to have shoes with no socks on? How do these work then? Do they? It looks like they just kind of stick in there. Snazzy grandpa look. Do you know what? I've never been someone. I think I'm a bit too stubborn. That I'm like, anything that's like a trend or a fashion, I automatically just annoys me, because it's like, this is what it was supposed to look like. This is your uniform, human. Hate sandals and no socks more. Yeah, fair enough. So that's the other way. What do we think of that then? Oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe that just pushes up a little bit. That just tucks in a bit. Does it need to go over a bit? One little tick over. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I wonder if we can put like a lamp and stuff on it as well. Standing lamp. Oh, look at this. Love those. What little like tiny little decorative things have we got? Oh, we could have candlesticks actually. Let's see if we can find candlesticks with a search for candles. Yeah. Maybe a little clock. How big is that? Quite like that actually. I don't know about for in here, but I actually quite like that. Maybe even goes there. Hold on, let's just whack it over there for now. I've never followed fashion trends ever. I'm the complete opposite of every fashion trend. I don't think I'm like the complete opposite. But it's more, I don't know, it's more the like, I don't know, the things that just look, we were just like, you know, guys with polo shirts on, that sort of thing. It's just like, these are things that just become like, I don't know, just sometimes feel like a bit like zombies, like we just become these things we're supposed to be. You know, this is what you now wear. What's going on there? You're cold but feel the need for enhanced ventilation. What was that? I hate no socks but hate sandals and socks more. Worst of the worst is Crocs with or without socks. Just Crocs in general. Has the question, what did you have for tea, been asked? It hasn't, I don't think. You've been in and out twice as well, haven't you? Come on. We should have an exclamation mark. An exclamation mark T. That should just be a thing. Exclamation mark T. I need to add that. That just says, maybe just like, it just goes for every single person in the chat. It goes, what have you had for tea? What have you eaten? What did I have? Do you know what? I'm quite pleased with myself today. It's going to make me sound like a, this is going to make me sound like a fully signed up sandal wearer. But I made myself falafel. You had spag bowl. I had spag bowl. I had spag bowl as well for dinner. But I made falafel for lunch. I was well pleased with it. I was good actually. I made proper, like, got my chickpeas yesterday. Soaked them overnight. That's a palaver. It was mostly cooked. It wasn't too bad, and actually they turned out alright. I was quite pleased with them. Feel like that sort of thing you can never get quite right on the first go. So it's a large rug situation. No. It isn't deliberate on my part. I'm just comfortable in what I wear and how I look. I've never been one to follow the crowd. I had a mate that wore clothes he hated just because it was the in thing. Well, that's the thing. That's what I feel about the like no socks brigade. It's like, well, this can't be comfortable. So what? Like, what are you doing? You're gonna have to tell me what's your recipe, Kerry? Because this was a controversial conversation on someone else's stream a little while ago. I got told I was wrong, but I'd be interested to hear what your recipe is. That needs to go a bit further over. I feel like spag bowl is the sort of thing that can be, depending on your like. Well, it depends on if you've got, I guess if you've got kind of any kind of Italian roots, then it'll be like a proper spag bowl. But I feel like spag bowl can be something that gets adapted quite a lot, because you hear quite a lot of different versions of it. Such a loss to the fashion world. Yeah. Yeah, that looks quite cool. I need to fix that bit of moulding. Rack on black. Rack of lamb wrapped around black pudding. Oh my days, that sounds amazing. Rack of lamb wrapped around black pudding. As in like breast of lamb. Oh, that sounds amazeballs. Wrapped around black pudding with cauliflower cheese. Jeez, that sounds incredible. Chicken and salad gyro with tzatziki. Yeah, I didn't have any tzatziki with my That's what I was lacking with my falafels. Diet shake rubbish. Oh, that sounds rough. Rack on black, Lindsay. What is this crazy chat? Yeah, me too. I'll get the band hammer and which is a couple of ingredients that I know now. As long as she doesn't do it in caps, she's alright. How do you blokes feel about pointy dress shoes for men? Fiance hates them with a fiery passion. I think he'd sooner wear sandals to our wedding. Yeah, not a big fan of the pointy dress shoe. I don't mind like a brogue, but like a pointy dress shoe, not so much. Because you're not Zorro. Yeah, you're not the last tango. You're supposed to have celery. Apparently, you are supposed to have celery. Hang on, right. So here's Kerry's recipe: beef, onion, mushrooms, bacon. Sometimes, yeah, garlic, chopped tomatoes, carrots, basil, parsley, oregano, brown pepper, beef stock pot. Okay, so the beef stock pot, yeah. And is that everything or anything else? Apparently you are supposed to have celery. I think a traditional bolognese does have celery in it, although I don't often add celery. The trouble is when you add celery, I always find, is that it's too watery. There's too much water comes out. Well, she is adding a stock pot though, so that's not that far off. Because some people put Marmite and stuff in it, right? So I put a dash of Worcester sauce in it, although I'm not supposed to anymore because it's got glutes. And a squeeze of tomato sauce, but not too much, and a little bit of honey. And I didn't use a stock pot, I just crumbled a stock cube. Yeah, apparently Marmite is quite common that people put. Well, Marmite is quite commonly used with things like beef as well. You don't like celery. What? I don't really understand. I mean, some people, apparently you can be allergic to celery, can't you? And what am I doing? I'm forgetting what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be playing this game. Sounds like the BBC cottage pie recipe. What, my one? It's my mum's old recipe. I don't know where she got it from. I think it's just the flavouring. I can definitely tell the difference when I don't put Worcester sauce in it. It just gets a little bit more of a, I don't know, a zang, a ting zang. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is actually, because my mum used to have the. I know it wasn't it. My mum used to have used to get Super Cook. I remember having like these. She collected these Super Cook things, which was like an insert into a magazine. It came on like a Sunday or something. She collected it for absolute years. I keep forgetting where the mouldings are. Where are the mouldings? Wall moulding. And what was I using? Creo. I could have done that without even with the brows. Yeah, I thought that might be the problem. Never mind. It's a bit of a squeeze around this table, but it's doable. Our spag bowl is mince, onion, garlic, passata. Yeah, so passata is you're just posher than me because you're putting passata in where I'm putting ketchup in. And you're putting tomato puree in it as well. Italian herbs and seasoning, salt and pepper, beef or veg stock. Yeah, so I did actually have some fresh. I had some fresh herbs today, which is pretty cool. Because I made like a. It's definitely one of those things when you go back to being single. It's really difficult to be like motivated to cook nice things. So if I'm cooking that for someone, I'm all over that. I'm well up for it. But if I'm just doing it for me, it's a bit more of a mission to get yourself motivated. That's a shame, isn't it? It's a bit more of a mission to get yourself motivated. I wonder maybe I can use the longer bit. Maybe the longer bit's hitbox is different. So yeah, I did actually go and get some fresh herbs, and I think that will work actually. I'll put those in there. Coriander, cilantro, I really don't. It tastes like soap to me, which is apparently a genetic thing. Yeah, some people really don't like it, do they? I really do like it. Funny those things, aren't they? I always find that sort of thing funny. So it's a genetic thing, is it? Oh, it just doesn't work. Maybe if we put the... I feel like we just tried this, but we'll try it again. I wonder why that's genetic. Like what? Like why? Why is that a... Yeah, strange. I guess it's just one of those things that happens in the when there's so many different variations of genomes that you got the don't like. I just like, why is there a... Surely there isn't a gene. Surely there isn't a genome or like code that says does or doesn't like coriander. It's weird, doesn't it? Seems a bit weird. It's not one of those for everything, is there? Doesn't like Marmite. Can't be. I'm confused. But yeah, I like coriander. Coriander. People put it in all the nice salads and rice paper rolls. Yeah. Yeah. Right, do we need anything else in there, peeps? Should we do the table? I don't know if I can be bothered to do the table. I might just put some stuff on it, but not do the whole like dressing of the table thing. Doesn't feel like it massively. Oh, it does always look better though, doesn't it? It's pronounced gnome. The G is silent. No, it's not gnome. I wasn't saying gnome. Genome. That's what they say. I wasn't... No, that is definitely a thing. It's not a gnome. You had me questioning for a second. I was like, what? Hang on, what? I need just something like a little ornament on here. Like a little... I don't know, a little something. We doubting there for a minute. It's the genome. What you want about? It's the original OG gnome. Actually, maybe it doesn't need that. Little doggy. It's a variation in a group of receptor genes. So what does that... Is it like if you've got that letter different, then that means you've got like, I don't know, left hand, green eyes, don't like coriander. The human tongue contains structures called taste buds, really? Within which are larger structures called papillae. I don't know what that is. Papillae? Isn't that a pasta? Whose density on the tongue varies from person to person. People with higher papillae densities and a higher concentration of these protein receptors or variations of these may be more sensitive to certain tastes and describe them as soapy or rotten. Interesting. Do you get any other superpowers with it? I kind of want to get this clock in the kitchen. I think it kind of... I don't know. We could just ditch that. It doesn't need to be there. But I feel like I like the clock. I mean, it could go there. Gene is a coding section of the DNA, so a gene will contain several of those letters. A gene is a coding section of DNA. Sure. My tongue is dense and therefore grinder is so big. Oh dear. Letters are bases that form complementary pairs. Oh no, we've stumbled across someone that actually knows what they're talking about. See, this is the thing, Carrie. Most of my knowledge is but paper thin, enough to sound like I have some semblance of understanding of something, but given any kind of meeting anyone who actually knows what they're talking about, it very quickly becomes apparent that I'm a massive bullshitter and I haven't got a clue. I know there's like a multicoloured, it's all like in a helixy, double helixy thing, right? All letters. Can't remember the... Oh shit, she's a biology teacher. And there's like... I get confused between the keys on the keyboard. Like what's the... Oh, I can't remember. I find it all interesting though. I do wish I knew more about that sort of thing. What? I feel like there needs to be something. I don't know. It doesn't need more, does it? It's fine. So Kerry's a science nerd. It's good to have. I mean, I do wish I had like. I think sometimes, one of my things, I've never been like a specialist in anything, and I do always kind of regret that I was never that. Yes, the structure of a DNA is a double helix. Yes! See? Paper thin knowledge. But yeah, I never had that as a kid. I always kind of wanted it. Like, I was always like semi-average, good to average at most things, which my brother used to hate. My brother was like, "You're always good at everything." I'm like, I'm not really good at anything. I'm just like all right at most things. But you never have any like, I don't know, you never have any kind of specialism. Then you never know where you're going. You just kind of poodle. So we have another little cheeky rug here. I wonder if we could have a... quite sure what I'm doing with that area now. I think it's good to know though, so kids who turn their noses up at stuff like coriander aren't just treated as badly behaved. Their tongue is telling them the stuff is wrong. I find it fascinating that that's like a genetic... I mean, is that not the case with most things though? Is it not like what makes you like something or not like something? I guess it could be like a learned thing as well though, right? So I know that I have things that are like, so my older brother was saying, or my sister-in-law was saying about my nephew the other day, that he's got my nose, and my older brother has got that same, like I've got a bump in my nose. Like, how does that become a thing? That just, I guess, is that genetic? I don't know. I don't know enough to know. Like, at what point does it become genetic? And does that mean that you? I know, because I guess when you have kids, then your kids don't necessarily have all of your genes, right? Because they'll have some of. We should stop because I don't know what I'm talking about. Kerry should educate us. Let's do a TED talk from Kerry at some point. She can tell us all about it. Brain hasn't allowed me to eat any form of peas since year 3, when I saw someone puke them up at school after being made to eat them at lunch. Go deep, yeah, defo. How long are we into the stream? Oh bloody hell, we're 4.5 hours into the stream. Jesus. Yeah, go deep dive on genetics. give us a masterclass in 30 seconds whilst I put a rug down. See, that's learned behaviour then, surely, Daniel, that you've... But that also sounds like one of those things that kids do, isn't it? Where you're like, you desperately try and make yourself feel sick in order to... Or you convince yourself you're sick in order to not like something. Apparently I looked a lot like my great uncle when I was a kid, so much so someone asked if he was my dad. Yeah, well that might... So my nose... I think I've said this before, but my nose is... If you remember the TV show Minder, George Cole, he's like a distant cousin of mine, and he's got the same nose. He's got exactly the same nose as I've got, my brother's got, my dad's got. My granddad, I think, probably had it as well. I guess it's all genetic. Some things you're taught to like as well, like Aussie kids liking Vegemite when no one else does due to being fed it from babies. I guess that's probably the same with a lot of things, isn't it? But if you don't... Yeah, I guess so. Some things are like just exposure, aren't they? If you've never... Don't like that. Don't like that. Okay, she's starting right. So an egg cell or sperm cell is a haploid cell which contains half of the genetic information from the parent. Each of those sex cells will contain different DNA as they are formed through meiosis. So an egg cell or a sperm cell is a haploid cell which contains half of the genetic information from the parent. So how does it... Yeah, that's the stuff that I know. I'm just like, that blows my mind, which I guess it's supposed to because it's pretty amazing. But like, how does it know whether to give you... How does it know like what bits of the genes to take? So if someone's got a gene that doesn't like coriander and the other person hasn't, how does it know? Is it just like chance? Tongue likes the taste. My brain just says nope. And that's well. There's that thing, isn't there, as well? If you I remember doing this. I can't remember why I did it. I think I was a bit drunk, but I did this thing with my ex. She used to have loads of different flavours of tea, like loads. And we came back from somewhere one night, and I decided to make her a cup of tea of every type of tea we had. And there was about 15 cups of tea. And as a joke, I was like, well, it was already a joke, but I was like, let's just like blindfold you, and then go through and see if you can spot which teas are what teas. So there was like peppermint and all sorts of different teas, and she hadn't got a clue. The tea she drank every day was the one tea out of all of them she didn't like. It was bizarre. When the egg and sperm come together and undergo when a mummy egg and a baby sperm come together, and they love each other very much, it forms a zygote. So I'm probably mispronouncing that, but some of these things sound familiar. And replicates through mitosis, which forms identical daughter cells. So each of a person's children will look similar but slightly different, unless they're identical twins. But how does it yes, it is chance, because the code will determine those things. So it all depends which sections of DNA are copied. It is mad, isn't it? But wicked. That is so... I mean, there's just so... I love those little things. So that thing I linked in the... I linked a video in the Discord the other day, Smarter Every Day. So that guy, I really like him because he just has this thing. His YouTube channel started from just like fascination in how... And these like everyday things around him that he just took fascination in. Like what makes... I don't know. Yeah, it's like cliche things like what makes the water go down the plug hole in a certain direction and those sorts of things, but also like and much more complicated stuff, the mechanics of how things work. And he just has a really cool way of looking at things. It's just like all these things around us we take for granted all the time. There's another guy. There's another channel called Veritasium, which I watch quite often, which is a sciencey one. And there was an episode the other day, a video the other day, where he was talking about how electricity gets through your cables. Like how do you actually like get power? How does the power get from a power station to your plug, to your thing? And I started to watch it and I was like, hang on, what? It's like, it doesn't just travel down the wire. There's no just travelling of the wire. There's nothing like electrons moving down the wire, coming out of your plug and powering your computer or whatever. It just doesn't. These sorts of things blow my noggin, because I'm like, all of these things around us all the time, and we just don't understand how they work. And every now and again you come across something that you just like, yeah, blows your noggin. I buy cheaper coffee and pour it in a pot. If hubby saw brand, he'd turn his nose up at it. Hey Cecilia, how you doing? Right, I'm going to leave that for a minute. I'm just going to have a rough, I'm not going to carry on much longer because we're already at 4 hours and 42 minutes in. But yeah, very interesting. That's really interesting, Kerry. Like, I kind of find myself more and more as I get older, more and more fascinated by lots of things. I think I've always had that a little bit. Hang on, all the handy little sciencey animations are wrong. Yeah, they don't. So the long and the short of it is that the all that happens in the wire is like a vibration of electrons. Like, they don't physically move down the cable. There's no like moving of down the cable. It doesn't work like that. And the actual, I don't really understand it, but the like the magnetic fields and the other fields, clearly I've watched this video well, are actually like in the air, and that they move. They just kind of move around, like around the thing. That's a really good description. Like, probably just like, oh, I spent ages trying to work on that video. I guess there's the point. I mean, there was like information retention. My information retention is not great, but I kind of like being fascinated by things, and that's one of those things you kind of wish you did more of at school. You just like, I don't know. I think being a teacher is pretty rough, but like trying to get kids to be engaged and be enthusiastic about stuff is pretty crazy. But it was I believe it was only discovered last week that sperm cells aren't actually swimmers. They're surfers. They surf. You know how the electrons don't move? They're in the cable. They just vibrate. That's just, I don't understand. I mean, I do a bit now because I watched the video, but so it's more than something. Information, energy is just being passed one to another. Game of pass the parcel. You'd have to watch the video. I'll have to link the video in the Discord. Night, Mrs. T. Thanks for hanging out. They roll like combat. Yeah, mine definitely do. We do like combat rolls. Ninjas. This is weird, isn't it? We've stumbled into some weird territory you've brought us into now, Daniel. Now I've got little commando sperms. This is supposed to be PG-13. Teach 11 to 16 harder than 16 plus. Yeah. I can imagine. Oh god, I mean, I wasn't particularly bad, but god, we had some awful teachers, but we had some teachers that were massively bullied. I went to an all-boys school, high school. Just like a normal school, but it was all boys. And it was... We just had like... Yeah, teachers just got picked on. Some of them just got picked on. Thanks for asking. I've been binging all your house of videos for the past... Nice! Welcome to the stream. I pretty much stream every week, so... it might be a bit stop-starty over Christmas, but yeah. You're welcome in. It's not always this rando, but usually it is, conversation-wise. I'm trying to find a sofa. I'm trying to find a sofa living room. Right, I'm going to decide on a sofa, and I'm going to have a little bit of a decide on some other bits, but I don't think it will be too much longer. So... Oh, what I decided... I said this was going to be closed in, didn't I? So what was I saying? That there could be a TV unit there. Let's get rid of those. Excuse me. So that's going to be like a little deck. What's that? What's that? Oh, I forgot I'd saved that. Year 9 are the worst. Yeah, we had a geography teacher in particular who just like now when I think about his classes, I was just like, it was awful. He used to just have stuff thrown at him, like sweets thrown at him, Skittles. People used to try and hit him in the head with a Skittle. But he was, you know, I mean, now when I think about it now, I think I'm like, the amount of absolute like love that guy must have had to be a teacher, for him to have stuck it. Because like not specifically because of us, but his personality was just, he was just a bit weak. He was just a bit like, he was an easy target. Like obviously we shouldn't have been horrible to him, but you know, it's going to happen in a normal kind of school, especially all boys. The best of students at school. We called our male biology teacher pencil dropper. Us girls learned really quick in his classes to sit with our hips facing towards... Oh, that is horrendous. Right, my lovelies, this was fun. Thanks, Kerry. Thank you very much for the TED Talks. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated. Science teacher that always joked around with the popular kids. Apparently there was some stuff going on at my school, that like historically at my school, that I never knew about. Remember one of our lessons was a double lesson. Teacher went into the store cupboard, someone locked her in there and launched the keys. Oh god. I remember my French teacher, she used to get I mean she wasn't picked on as such. But she used to like I don't know what her problem was, but she just insisted on speaking French all the time. No one could understand what she was talking about. What was her game? But she just used to refuse to speak. Like people would be like, "Miss, I don't understand what that means," and she just wouldn't speak anything other than French at you. I'm sure this isn't actually true, but this is how I've told myself. This is how I've validated it myself in my head. And I remember specifically for about 2 or 3 lessons people used to sing. All we used to ever do in her class was at the top of her voice sing Oasis songs. It was like that was just what we did, and they just gave up on us in this class, and she just couldn't do anything about it, and the other languages teachers couldn't do anything about it, and they just were like, all right, well, that's what you're just not going to learn French then, are you? And it was unfortunate because of, well, I mean, I think I was a bit of an idiot as well, so I didn't really mind, but we just sang Wonderwall at the top of our heads. I think it went on for about 2 or 3 lessons where we just turned up and no one did anything. Thing is, sometimes I think it's partly that well, I don't know about in every other country, but sometimes the methods of teaching are just really they're not kind of like diverse enough. They teach you in a way that's such a especially I remember them just doing it just didn't work. Like the way they were teaching just didn't work for these kids. And the trouble was, what in my school, it was you were kind of you were top set, you were best in the school, or you were just out, you were just dumped in the rest of with the rest of them, because that's pretty much what it was. It was 2 kind of sets, 2 tiers. If I was that teacher, I'd been taking extended leave the next day and then quitting. No one should have to go through that. Do anything because it was 2 popular lads that had done it. I think after about 20 minutes I was arguing with them, trying to find the key. She never taught us again. She refused. Yeah. That is pretty rough, isn't it? I remember there was a TV show about, I think it was a Channel 4 TV show. It was it was called, I think it was called something like The Unteachables, and it was basically about how it was these really kind of sort of pioneering teaching methods that were being used in some cases to try and teach the kids that were normal school wasn't working for them. Is that TV massive? I don't know if this TV is massive. Might not be for this space. And it just the normal sort of sitting down and talking at these kids just didn't work. They had to learn in different ways. They had to do stuff that was more physical stuff, or they had to learn by different methods other than just sit and read this textbook. And that's not the teacher's fault. So just that's just the way it is. Dad and I had the same headmaster at primary school. He used to let us play with blobs of mercury. Oh my god. That's mad. Yeah, I looked up my school a little while ago because the name of my school was changed. It got sort of absorbed by another school. And it was interesting. I found a whole lot of I found a Facebook group that was with a lot of old boys on it, sort of from the 50s and stuff, 50s and 60s, talking about how there was just some horrendous stories going on in this Facebook group. They were oh my god, the teachers watching them in the showers and all that sort of stuff. God. Horrendous. But yeah, I wouldn't be a teacher. I mean, I massively respect anyone who is, because it's proper brutal. And the thing is, I suppose the other thing is where you can make the most difference is always going to be, yeah, where you're really going to like make a difference to a kid's life is often going to be where it's kind of a harder setting. I always quite like that sofa colour. It's going to be a bit tricky, this layout. I guess it could be... I guess it could kind of be... I guess it could kind of be like this, with a coffee table in the middle. Yeah, not that one. I'm not sure about that grey either. I think that's just too similar to the floor. Yeah, actually that's true. I can kind of imagine being a little to like nursery level kids. Maybe this. Might switch the sofa cushions around as well. Just a touch. Yeah, that's not terrible as a layout. Maybe get a nice couple of armchairs as well, potentially. Chairs. Oh, I'm out in the garden for some reason. And we didn't obviously know it was dangerous at the time. He's still alive, 98. Contact because he was friends with my granddad. Maybe the Mercury gave you both life powers. Yeah, special powers. All snotty and stuff. Yeah, you gotta deal with bogies. That's true. My friend's she's a brownie leader, and it seems to just be always just bogies, snotty bogies and tears. Seems to be a lot of the time. Wish they would do an IKEA themed DLC. Apparently they did actually approach IKEA. I vaguely remember hearing about this on a stream once, that they talked about that they did try and make that work. Armchairs is what I'm looking for. No, that doesn't work. It's got to be yellow. But not dirty, horrible yellow. A nice yellow. Dark? No. Light? That's what I had. Oh, I can't have a yellow that matches the sofa cushions. We used to run a car group for and love that age group. 2-year-olds are a bad rap. I thought that they're great. Don't trust any living Gets more food on its chin than its mouth. Oh dear. I guess we could go white. I kind of wanted to match to the yellow of the sofa cushions, but I can't. So maybe just a rug then to finish that off. Sims 2 did an IKEA back, did they? Is that the same one I've used in the dining room? Yeah. That one might work though. It's a bit similar to the walls though, isn't it? Yeah, it's too similar. How can I never remember where rugs are? Decorations, floor. I'd rather deal with a snotty nose or a kid throwing a tantrum for a snack than a heartbroken teenager wondering why everyone hates her. True, that's a fair point, to be honest. That doesn't work either. Them rugs in IKEA are like £1,500, yeah. What can I use? It's kind of got to be grey. What's an XL? What's the size of the XL? Yeah, that looks alright. Right, so this has got to change, I think. So what was that? That was it a Lexington thing? I feel like it was the same as. No, but that actually might work better. Ooh, ancient African teak. What? What? Why have we suddenly got a new wood type that's not been applied to all the rest of them? I mean, I like it. Cool ash. Ooh, I like that. I'm not going to be able to get anything else that matches that, though, am I? That's pretty cool, though. I like that. So, Lexington. Is there a coffee table? I already tried this, didn't I? It's massive. How is that a coffee table game? How? How is that a coffee table? If that's a sofa, how is this a coffee table? Madness. That's so annoying because I can't use it now. And all because I want this cool ash. I just can't have it. Yeah, it's a bit of a running thing in House Flipper that it's always kind of just been that every now and again stuff just is like wildly off scale. There's like not. I think I don't know, but I wonder if this is a side effect of them never having a character. Because if you think about it, in Sims, then you're forced to make sure that the scaling is all accurate to the person. But because there's no person in this game, the scaling can just go wherever you want it to go. So we end up with, sometimes we end up with like, you know, I quite like that proportionally, but yeah, you do end up with beds that are just huge, and I don't know if I like that actually. I think that's probably too much. Yeah, you do end up with stuff that's just like wildly oversized. Big Atlas. Yeah, that's quite a good shout. Oh, like a globe, do you mean? I'm sure there's a globe. In here, maybe? I should have found that though, shouldn't it? Planet? I don't know what it would be called. I'm sure I've got one of these as well. Right, so I think we probably have to call it there, guys. Actually, I've just noticed it's midnight, and I've been streaming for 5 hours. Coffee table you have there is a perfect size. Yeah, I think so too. Well, it's the perfect size for that sofa proportionally. But if you think about, to be fair, if you think about the standing position of where I am, and look at that sofa. It's very low, isn't it? That looks right to me, but it like, I don't know if we're just never kind of in the right. Something has always been kind of off. I don't know if it's the camera position, but if you think about what you'd actually be like, if this is the height that I'm standing at, I'd basically be sitting on the floor, sitting on that sofa. But it kind of looks right to me. I don't know why. Proportionally to the wall, maybe. I'm not sure. Anyway, peeps, right, that's going to be it. Thank you very much for hanging out. Much appreciated. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you are new here. If you're not new here, then I very much appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing. And yeah, so I pretty much am streaming this every week at the moment. So it should be probably the same time next week. As I said, it'll probably change a bit for Christmas. And I'm probably going to be doing, hopefully going to be doing a little video on the new DLC and stuff. Cheers, guys. Take it easy. Have a good day, evening, whatever the rest of your thing is. See you next time.